My mic was muted. Wah. There. Okay. Oof. Let's see. It was
Look at her, using pull-ups training pants just like undies. I'm so proud.
I'm a big kid now.
Holy fucking shit, dude. Shut the fuck up. I can't be the only person who thinks that, like, any of those ads aren't weird as fuck. Alright. Here we go. You did. Where was it? Was it the one in series discussion? Because I did see that. Hi, Saline. Hi. You said that so formally. Kind of scared me for a second. You're like, hi, Deku. Hi, Chris. I was like, whoa. We'll take a pic when I eat it. Ooh, carrot cake. Holy shit. Look at that. Oh, it's good as a bitch. That's nice. That's nice. All right, we're just gonna wait a little bit. I'll wait until we're 10 minutes into the stream, and then we'll start reading the Reddit stories. Let me get shit pulled up on my tablet here. Oh. There we go. Ah, I see. Hi, Sleep. Hold on top, and then... You can call me Shane the way that I top these Reddit stories. Holy shit, dude. All right, there we go. That's a good position. As long as you can hear me, that's all that matters. Let's put this on.
I got her a little something.
A little something, Dad?
Hold up. Won't hold his 401k account.
Look, I'm sure somebody in the chat gets it. I'm sure somebody understands it. And I didn't say shame. I said Shane. All right. Let's get started here now. The first one, as soon as I find it, here it is. Here it is. This was one that I actually saw on Reddit stories. Some of these will be from the ones that I saw on Reddit stories over at Smosh. And I wanted to like read them myself because I thought it would pose some interesting conversation with chat. So, hold on. This needs to be refreshed. There we go. Okay. So, am I the asshole for wanting to play COD on Christmas instead of spending time with my wife and kids? My birthday's on Christmas Day. I always have spent my birthday celebrating Christmas and never doing anything I want. My son is 3 and my daughter is 6 months old. I spend a lot of time with them and my wife and barely see my friends anymore. This Christmas, I want to play COD with the boys. They're all going to be playing COD on Christmas / my birthday and I don't want to miss out. They are never online at the same time. My wife is incredibly angry with me and wants to throw my new Xbox out the window. I'm angry because I just want to play COD with the boys on my birthday. Am I the asshole? So, I want to first say what the verdict was before we go through the edits. The verdict for this one was asshole. And I don't know. I don't... Whenever I first heard this story, I felt weird about it because I was like... I felt weird about it because I was like, on the one hand, dude, spend time with your family. But on the other hand, it's like, that has to fucking suck, right? That has to suck having your birthday on a holiday that so many people put a lot of stake into, right? Like almost way too much stake, right? And I'm sure some people will say, "Oh, well, this is going to be your kid's first Christmas." But my thing is that this kid's not going to remember this first Christmas. Nor is this 3-year-old going to remember this first Christmas. And as long as he is still spending time with them on that day, who gives a fuck what he does the rest of the day, right? Like, okay, this is coming from somebody who lives in the Midwest. You know, people usually go pretty, I wouldn't say traditional, but, you know, kind of different when it goes to the approach of Christmas. And that is, we wake up at around 9, 10, and then we open up presents, and then we will head over to my grandma's house around 11, and then we'll be there until about 1 or 2. And then the rest of the day, you just fuck off and do whatever, right? So there's a solid, huge amount of time that this guy has for just playing COD. If he wants to play COD, he should be able to play COD on his birthday, especially he's taking that time away. Okay, there is also that, right? There is a few, like, vocabulary tells in this that I'm like, I think you're just an asshole for talking that way. And that is with him saying, like, with the boys constantly. And Sauline, it brings up a good point. If he's already spent time with his family, why not? And that's my thing, too, right? If we're under the assumption, based on what he said in the very initial post of, I already spend time with my kids all the time, I love them dearly, I do all this stuff with them, and I just want my birthday for once to be for me, I think that's valid, right? Like, I know what it's like to have a birthday near a holiday, but that holiday isn't really something that people put a lot of stake into, and if anything, it's one of the few holiday birthdays that, like, it's kind of added to, right? So it's almost like always has a theme to it that's kind of timeless. And that is Halloween. I was born on October 29th, and 3 days later is Halloween, right? So when I was first born, like, there was a ton of photos of me as an infant where I was in, pumpkins, and I was in, like surrounded by like horror decor and all this other stuff and all these other like Halloween-esque things, because that was kind of just the thing, right? Yes, you go out and trick or treat, but it's not something like a family gathering. It's not like Thanksgiving. It's not like Easter. It's not like Christmas. So I'm very lucky in that regard, but I also do know that my cousin is only a few weeks after Christmas, so I can understand why having such a close birthday can hurt so bad, because a lot of people do put a lot of energy into Christmas and put that over anybody else, right? They would rather spend time, you know, celebrating Jesus's birthday than this guy that they actually know's birthday. Whenever, I do actually relate, because my birthday is like almost the exact same day as Canadian Thanksgiving. You've got to look from the other point of view. The wife is angry, which must mean the kids are, either the kids or her are not seeing him enough and wanted to see him at a certain time. I doubt they would just, yeah. That is true. That is true. But I also think that there is a point to be had that, like, if you take this at face value, it does seem irrational on the wife's side of just being like, I just want to play video games. What's wrong? Why can't I just fucking play video games and have my 6-month-old infant daughter in my arms while I, you know, get a kill streak with my boys, right? Yeah, okay, so there is a few edits. Edit 2. Okay, I was not planning on playing all day. I planned on opening presents with the family, then hopping on with the boys around noon. I get what everyone is saying, but I don't think it's a big ask. Family time is incredibly important, but I happen to think God with the boys is too. Shrug emoji. Okay. Then what's the problem? Genuinely, what's the problem at that point? Like, I don't get what's the problem then. Like, as long as he opens presents and spends time and then cleans up, you know, wrapping, you know, any sort of, like, if they ate or anything, did dishes, other things like that, who cares if this guy goes and, like, what's it called, like, lounges out on a couch and plays COD for like 4, 6, 7 hours or whatever, right? Like, my thing is, if I was in this position, I know me personally, I would just be holding my infant daughter in my arms, like on my lap or something while playing, right? Like, it is very easy to multitask. It fucking depends. Traditional Christmas, from what I've heard and what I've seen, is that a lot of times Christmas is one of those things, one of those things is that there's, you wake up and then you open presents and then you're right off to church. And then you're at church for a few hours, and then you come home, and then sometimes people open presents then, or, you know, they wait a little bit, and then they go like to family dinner and other things along those lines. So that's what's interesting to me, and there's nothing about in here going to church or anything along those lines. It seems like very much that typical, like, almost non-denomination, like, religious kind of Christmas, where it's just like, we wake up, we open presents, and then we go have lunch or something somewhere, right? Which is what a lot of Americans do. But there's a lot of traditional Christians that celebrate Christmas very intensely. I know my family doesn't, as I've already mentioned. My family is not very religious. Spiritual, maybe, but not very religious at all. So it is that you're eating a little bit, but it's never like anything. Well, technically, yes, it is. I guess it is like seasonal foods. If you were to have something like Hanukkah, or or like how like Ramadan has specific foods that you eat after fasting, which is like turkey and ham, but those aren't like religiously tied. Those are just kind of conventional staples of the holiday. Like I said about like going and visiting other family members, like I visit my grandma on Christmas. Other people go over to somebody's house, or that people come over to their house, and apparently, at least from what this guy is saying, that's not what's happening. That's not what's going on. He is opening presents, doing stuff with his family, and if family is coming over, they're doing that, and then by noon it's all over, and then he goes and plays COD. Edit 3. Thanks for the input, everyone. To clarify a few things, I will not be helping with dinner. I never do, and it's for the best. My wife and I agree. I spend a lot of time with my family. I always wanted to give them the dad that I never had. My dad is still around, but was a drunk and has a new family now. I'm very close with my son, and hopefully I'm just as close with my daughter once she's a little older. My wife is convinced that the boys don't like her. We've been together for a total of 10.5 years, and she's always said that they feel like she stole me away from them. This is not true, and they have never indicated this. When I do get to play, I don't shrink my responsibilities. I always do what I have to, but mostly just play on the rare occasions that I get the house myself. What I'm asking for is uninterrupted time with the boys. I haven't even thought of asking for this before. Doesn't seem to matter how long to my wife. She just doesn't want me online at all. Okay. If we take what he says at face value, I don't see any problem. I don't see any problem with you already spending Christmas and a holiday with your kids and your wife and other things like that, and even just a little bit, despite the fact that these kids aren't going to fucking remember this, right? My biggest thing about this is that a lot of people are putting, in the comments, a lot of people are putting, like, stake into this holiday and it being important to these kids. But my thing is that there's going to be things all throughout the rest of the year and throughout their lives are going to be far more important or far more memorable than fucking Christmas when they were 3, right? They can be also far more personal with dad than anything else, right? Yeah, it's so different for everybody, right? It's completely like family to family of like what the fuck happens on Christmas. Same thing with Easter. It's like you come over for lunch and that's it, unless you're like Christian and then you go to church or whatever the fuck. And I do have a little bit of a suspicion of him being like, I don't help with dinner, but then at the same time I'm like, if this wife is already so like vocal in how she wants her husband to like kind of operate things, right? You know, being like, hey, spend time with the family, don't go doing this, or like, hey, don't do this, come do this, right? I can 100% imagine that, yes, he doesn't help out with dinner, right? It's kind of like, that's what she does, she's good at it, she knows how to work everything, and low-key, he'd probably just be getting in the way. So I can understand that. But I can also see the interpretation where this is just him kind of being like, well, I never asked to help, and she's never, like, actually asked or whatever. So I can understand that, too. Also, I remember actually in the Smosh video, whenever this was read, that people were like, the people on the couch were saying that the stuff about his dad was backstory that didn't need to be put in there. I actually think that's a good thing to put in here because it does actually reinforce, or at least it poses a new idea for how this guy wants to operate and what he's wanting to do, right? So, like, if he is being truthful here, and he is saying that, like, oh, I want to be a good dad, but I also want today. I don't think these are two mutually exclusive things. I just want to have like a day to myself today because it's my birthday, and I'm still going to spend time with my kids today. I just want to, have some alone time later into the day. And, I'm being called an asshole for saying that despite also accomplishing my fatherly duties, right? So I can understand why he said that, and I get it. I personally say, based on everything that he said, and even being as cynical as possible, but being as realistic as possible, and what I mean by that is, like, maybe he's not telling the full truth, maybe he's not, as good as a dad as possible, but he is going to be doing the things that he says he's going to be doing, and then also going and doing the playing video games afterwards. I'm going to say not the asshole, right? Oh, hold on, I need to get this over here. Yeah, I think Sauline is correct there. So she's feeling a little insecure. Maybe there's something to have. Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that it feels like there's something more going on, right? Where, like, she already said, because if you notice the way that he words something in here about how my wife is convinced that they don't like her, this seems like a jealousy thing, right? Or like an insecurity kind of thing, where this is not the fact that he is playing video games. It's not the fact that he is alone, having alone time. It's the fact of who he's spending that alone time with that she already has a preconceived notion about in her own mind. So, I'm just going to be like, I got ones from Smosh, but then there's also ones that I found myself too. So don't worry. I literally just went and picked off a bunch of stories. Like, I listen to the Smosh Reddit stories a lot, and when I'm in the background, so I like opened up a bunch of tabs and I was like, these are cool, I want to read these ones and see what people think, and like have a conversation about those, and then give my own input. And then I found a bunch of other new ones that I hadn't heard before, and I'm going to be doing those ones too, so no worries. Some comments. Someone said, you want to spend your daughter's first Christmas playing COD with the boys. Your friends and your birthday should not be more important than your children. You're the asshole. But it's one of these things where it's like, what if it wasn't a holiday? Or what if the family didn't put as much stake into the holiday and it was his birthday? What would he be doing? And like they celebrated his birthday instead, what would they be doing in that case? And I think that's another big thing. So, the baby is 6 months old. She won't remember her first Christmas. It's more for the adults than the baby. Take some pictures and call it quits. That's true. Someone said, seriously, they can't find a couple hours some point during the day for him to play his game on his birthday? Is he supposed to sit there and gaze adoringly at his family from sun up to sundown? Christmas morning with the kids, I get that. Christmas dinner with the family, I get that. What does she want him to do all day? Do these kids get... Don't these kids have a nap? Yeah, that is also true. It's... For some reason, I think a lot of these people either don't spend Christmas with their family, or they have a different notion of what spending Christmas is like usually, and it is never like an all-day thing. It's like you spend at most 3-4 hours with other people, and then the rest of the day you're spending with like your presents. And like my family has a dedicated time. It's not like official or anything like that. It's like every single Christmas and on Thanksgiving, the moment it ends, everyone takes a nap. Like, that's just how it is. Straight into a food coma, go take a nap for 2 hours, sleep it off, wake up, then you can do whatever the fuck else was going to be done. And in the case of Christmas, that was setting up or using or doing whatever the fuck it was with your presents, or other things like that, because you'd already cleaned up, maybe watch some movies, just kind of relaxing the rest of the day. So, any closing thoughts on that one? That was one that I really wanted to start with. Again, I'm going to say not the asshole. All right. Here's one posted 8 hours ago with 1.6k upvotes. Am I the asshole? I told a friend she couldn't bring her child to my event. Just from the title, if the event is primarily adults and there's alcohol, or it's an adult event or other things like that, no, you are not the asshole. Even if you treated it a little bit harshly, you set boundaries and you set expectations for this event to possibly be child free. But if there's other children there, maybe there's some stuff that needs to be thought about internally on your half, or maybe this kid needs to be wrangled in by the mom. So, background: my husband, 35 male, and I, 30 female, are staunchly child free. Okay. However, we are not child haters. I work with children who have mental health needs, and when we spend time most months with our nieces and nephews, ages 1 to 8, both blood and chosen family. I've hosted an annual Galentine's event since 2018, and historically, this event has been adult only. The date was selected back in December for late February. The following text exchange happened this week. Friend, I may need to bring my 1-year-old. Does that ruin the vibe? Husband works and my mom is going to have my other 2. But leaving 1-year-old with her makes me nervous since he requires a lot of attention. Side note, her other 2 children are elementary aged. Me, oh, this is a tough situation. I wouldn't say bringing 1-year-old would ruin the vibe, but it does change the vibe. Since people said yes, knowing it was a child-free event, I don't feel like it's fair to change it. Fair. People signed up for this back in December, having expectations of what's going to be happening. And that definitely does seem like a personal thing of her being nervous to keep her 1-year-old with her mom, despite the fact that clearly she's already handled a 1-year-old at some point in the past. And is already probably handling 1-year-olds multiple times because these elementary grade kids are there too, and that's essentially like handling an infant that can just walk, right? Friend, I guess I didn't realize this was a kid-free event. Since other friend and I always brought our kiddos when they're still little or nursing. But no worries, if by next week I still don't feel comfortable leaving him with my mom, I'll just have to miss it. No, not a big deal. Cool. Great communication so far. It feels better than what usually happens. Also, how did you not realize it was a kid-free event? Why would you even ask to bring the kid in the first place if you didn't realize it was a kid-free event? Like, there's a little bit of suspicious things in her wording there, right? It's like, I didn't realize it was a kid-free event. Then why did you ask if it was okay to bring your 1-year-old, assuming that kids were already allowed? That is also the big thing. But remember, this is a 1-year-old. And while yes, there are disabilities that can be very debilitating for 1-year-olds, a lot of times these those like disabilities that would require a lot of attention wouldn't really require much more attention than what you would already want to give to a 1-year-old anything. Unless it's very severely physical, right? Such as breathing issues or other things like that. But that's, in those cases, those you already have machines or things to give or have with the child already. So, and 90% of the time, they're meant to be used by adults who have never used these devices in the first place, and new-time parents who are just like kind of told like, hey, press these buttons, and then that's what you tell the mom. So I can understand that, and it is also a case-by-case basis, so I can definitely understand that. Side note, 2 exceptions have been made over 8 years for young babies under 6 months who are exclusively nursing. The child in question is 1 and is walking and eating solids. Nurses for comfort. That is fair. So the kids that were brought were really young, and are also in most cases, when it comes to infants that young, you nurse. You hold them around, and they're basically sleeping 90% of the time. Maybe they get a little fussy and other things like that, but that changes whenever they become 1 years old. Or 1-year-olds, right? And then there's also the fact that whenever they're so young. Who the fuck is... Oh, okay. It gets to the point to whenever they're so young, like under 6 months, and like when you're still counting them in months, most of the times you're able to kind of just set them down. This is going to sound really bad, but if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. You kind of can just like set them in a room and like have them just kind of like fucking snooze, right? And that kind of leaves you child free for a little bit, and you're just going to be periodically checking in on them, right? Because that's usually what happens with infants normally. They're sleeping 90% of the time in their crib or other things along those lines, or whether it's in your room or in their own dedicated room, or literally just sleeping wherever. That's what's happening most of the time. But with 1-year-olds, that's not what's happening. They're very much more, they're awake a whole lot more during that time. Sometimes they're also beginning to walk and eating solids and other things like that. So I can understand why the exceptions were made. I don't think there's a difference in a babe in my arms who is solely breastfeeding and a 1-year... Oh, me. I do think that there's a difference in a babe in arms who is solely breastfeeding and a 1-year-old who requires a lot more stimulation and attention. But ultimately, you have to do what's best for you and your kids. If you don't feel comfortable, I fully understand. I'm sorry for the miscommunication. She didn't respond to the last text, and truthfully, I feel like she put me in an unfair position. Okay. Like, the notion that she poses, right, about like, oh, well, I mean, I brought my kids before, and it's like, yes, but that was clearly, you clearly saw that there was a limit to that, right? These are months old babies who kind of need you to be around and need to be connected with you at the hip 24/7 and can't be left with other people, right? Because they're nursing and other things like that. And also connection with the mother or parents at such a young age, constantly kind of tied at the hip, is very good for developmental health and overall, like, mental health of the infant when at such a young age. So I get that. I understand that. And clearly she should have seen from bringing like infants that there was a vibe going on here that like this was the limit, right? No one else was bringing their infants, and I was clearly an exception, and it was a close exception. So now I'm now asking for yet another exception because I'm coming forward and asking if I can bring my 1-year-old, despite the fact that she already established that she thought that it wasn't a kid-free event. She could bring her kids anyway, despite the fact that she asked if it was okay to bring her 1-year-old, which why would she need to ask? So there's a little bit of suspicion on my part from the way that she's asking that question. Although I am child-free, I do feel like I do a lot for the people in my life with kids. I set up savings account for the kids when they're born to gift them when they turn 18. Holy fucking shit. Wow. For the first year of their kids' lives, I send them a package of diapers and a book monthly. I now live with about 90 minutes from my hometown, and it's about a 70-30 that I come to hang out, since traveling with kids is more of a challenge. I help prep and set up for birthday parties, and for birthdays and holidays, I gift experiences and take the kids to places like Disney on Ice, the zoo, water, winter light shows, etc. I don't feel like it's unreasonable to host a child-free event, but I also try really hard not to be that friend who leave out their friends with kids. Am I the asshole for setting a firm expectation for this specific event? If she's being honest about what she's doing, holy fucking shit. No, you're not the asshole. You're already doing a bunch of other stuff, and now you're just doing the same thing that you do for the kids, but for the adults, with the exception that you're excluding kids. So that, you know, the people can have a disconnection from the kids for a little bit, because everyone needs that. Everyone can have that, right? Like, in terms of anthropology and sociology, many cultures for a long time, whenever people had kids, were able to leave their kids with other people with the trust that they would be able to be taken care of and attended to properly as if they too were parents, and then the parents could decompress and have the time to themselves, right? That's where the notion of like the proverb of it takes a village to raise a kid sort of thing, right? Or it takes or like what was the African proverb that like a village who does not take care of a kid will find warmth in it burning down, right? So it's one of those things, like, I completely understand why there's a lot of stress and a need for parents who are constantly attending psychologically to children and being worn thin whenever, you know, biologically we're not meant to be only two people taking care of someone that we are forcing out of our bodies at the earliest possibility, and oftentimes even earlier, to the point to where there are some studies that say that whenever a fetus is born, like if it wasn't for medical technology and other things like that, they're technically not like alive until they're already like a month or two further into gestation, post birth, by being provided external medical support and other things along those lines to allow them to grow and other things. So I can fully understand what this girl is wanting to do for this family, right? Just kind of posing and trying to offer things to these parents and other things like that, and they're already doing so much for these kids, right? Like savings accounts. Holy shit, how fucking bougie is this girl, right? Even like middle class, upper middle class, or anything like that, not even like a business owner or anything along those lines, just a good paying job, maybe government, or maybe a doctor or lawyer, or other things that might be considered white collar or something like that, but it's still like working class. I can understand. So, and clearly it's not the fact that her friend has called her an asshole. It very much seems like that OP is feeling like an asshole a little bit, or worried and wants some reassurance, or just to get another opinion. I'm vehemently, unless there's an update in here, I'm vehemently saying not the asshole. I'm saying not the asshole at all. Comments. Nah, you're allowed to have a child-free event. She's allowed to ask questions about the boundaries and decide if she's unable to come. You're starting to lean towards being the asshole by dwelling on all the things you've done for her and her kids. She asked, you told her, it's over, move on. It doesn't really matter. It's not like they brought it up. I don't think that makes you an asshole because you are thinking about the other things that you've done for these kids in the past, right? It's just establishing the relationship with these kids and showing that, like, you don't hate kids, right? You love kids. You don't have kids yourself, but you are wanting to provide and have the best opportunities for these children, even if you are excluding them from events and having it be solely adult only. So, this commenter is fucking incompetent. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I think they're the asshole, personally. Another commenter here says, yes, the emphasis on all the things OP does and the insistence about being staunchly child-free, but we don't hate kids, does feel a little like overcompensating and somewhat judgmental. I don't think so. I don't think it's judgmental at all. I think it can come off as judgmental depending on the people, because sometimes some people, you know, use that to kind of say one thing but meaning another sort of thing. Like, but it's clearly one of those things that OP is just kind of saying that we're child free. This is why we're child free, but also at the same time, in the way that she says everything, technically she's not child free. She says that she spends most of her time with her nieces and nephews, both who are chosen family and blood related, and then also there's kids of close family members who then she does all these other things are. And at that point, you're not child free. You're child free because nothing came out of your womb, but you are definitely not child free in the social relation of the connections you have to these other community children. You have already established yourself as essentially a godmother to many of these children. So, despite the fact that OP is saying these things, her material actions say another. So, if she hadn't added that, people would have asked anyway. That is another big point, is like, what do you do for these kids anyway? I think that that's another big thing that a lot of these people are talking about. And as a side note, I think Reddit is all Reddits have like a culture around them, and that's natural. And I think with Am I the Asshole, it's a very cynical culture. It's a very culture of where you see so many assholes. You dissect all these different things, and then you leave comments and all these other things. Be like, oh well, OP said this thing in this way, and this way, and this way, and like, oh well, she's kind of an asshole for saying this thing, and then like asshole starts to lose its gravity. But like, in the very idea of am I the asshole? Are you in the wrong? Because that's what it is. Are you in the wrong? Am I being a bad person, being mean and judgmental and in the wrong, an asshole, for doing these things? Taking that definition and then applying it to her now being in the wrong because she said that she does things for these kids, and having that, she didn't even bring that up to the mom, by the way. This was just like preamble she said in the Reddit post, probably rambling or other things along those lines. Straight fucking yapping. That doesn't make you in the wrong. Oh yeah, based on the wording, but in reality, I don't really know them actually. Exactly. And that's the thing about in any of these posts, is you have to kind of dissect things, but then a lot of people dissect things to an extent where it's like, well, what are you doing? What are we doing here, right? Somebody then said, more upvoted on top of that, feels like an asshole. Someone says, I disagree. I think she was just getting ahead of the way Redditors do Olympic level conclusion jumping. I'm not really sure who she would be judging in the scenario. Exactly. Who's she judging? It's like, oh, it feels judgmental, the fact that all these people have kids. So the way that you show materially that you're judgmental is by offering these parents a escape of having a kid-free thing, and then giving each of these kids bank accounts to deliver onto them on their 18th fucking birthday? Yeah, that definitely seems judgmental. For all we know, the poster of the last post could be a serial killer. I don't fucking know. True. But in that regard, we are also doing Redditor Olympic level conclusion jumping. So someone then said on top of that, I agree with this. As someone who is child-free but loves kids, I do feel the need to always mention I don't hate kids when talking about it on Reddit, especially since the term child-free is usually associated with that god-awful sub. They do have a great list of doctors for people looking for sterilization options, however. All of that to say, I think OP was trying to convey that she really does love kids, and she wants to make sure people understand she's a child-hating shrew who doesn't want children to exist, much less attend her party. Childless women receive so much hate on Reddit, SMH. Yes, absolutely. Women that are child-free are almost treated not like humans because they are not doing like their duty or whatever the fuck. So absolutely I understand that. I understand that kind of even potentially even societal or cultural thing of where OP is coming from, of why she established that first, because probably there have been people in her own life saying shit constantly. So, oh, not an asshole. I feel like she put me in an unfair position. She asked because the expectations were made previously. You said no. She literally said, not a big deal. What is the conflict here? Nobody is calling anybody else an asshole. The last message from OP was a little prickly, splitting hairs about the baby and arms thing. She should have pivoted, placed the ball back in her friend's court, and asked, if you do end up having to miss it, can we get together next week? I'll miss you. I mean, like, yes, you can always do these things, but it's like, with what we're presented, there is no conflict here. Not the asshole. Both people are fine. There's no update. There's nothing else going on. Let's keep going. Let's see. Let's find another good one. Oh, this one seems interesting. Alright. Am I the asshole for asking my friend to pay me back for the wine he drank while house sitting? So I, 26 female, and my friend, 27 male, watched my place and my cat for the weekend. Or had my friend, 27 male, watch my place and my cat for the weekend. I told him he could help himself to whatever in the kitchen, which I thought was just like common sense for snacks and stuff. One, no, it's not. Usually you set fucking boundaries for that stuff and you don't just say, have free reign, right? Because that's what OP just did. OP said that. OP said that. And look, if you're autistic like me and you hear that, you're like, well, shit, they said it. So, and it's different from saying like, oh, there's snacks here that you can eat. And there's, like tea and soda in here. That clearly labels like, here are the things you can have. Everything else that I didn't mention, you're going to have to ask for, or be cautious when, digging into, right? But she didn't. She said, help himself to whatever. Help himself to whatever. Are you kidding me? If anyone gets told, hey, help yourself to whatever in this, in my house, yes. Especially if it's like an expensive bottle of wine, you're like, well, shit. You said help myself to whatever. And like, some people might be like, well, that's outrageous. That's ridiculous. But it's like, well, you said it. You said it in a very specific way. That's also on the table. You didn't make a sole exception of that. So, maybe you should have been a little bit more mindful, right? Especially whenever you're posing something to somebody in that way. OP continues. I get back and realize he opened this 120 bottle of vintage Barolo I was saving for my promotion. He literally drank the whole thing alone while watching Netflix. When I asked him about it, he got all weird and said I gave him permission because the wine was in the kitchen. Like, okay, but who drinks a $100 bottle of wine without asking first? Who the fuck knows how much this bottle of wine was in the first place? For all he knew, it could have been a $1,000 bottle, it could have been a $20 bottle, it could have been a fucking cheap $10 bottle. It was wine, and he clearly wanted wine, and even if it was kept somewhere, it was like, damn, this is an unopened bottle of wine. And she said, help myself, sure, let's have some drinks tonight and watch some Netflix. Sure. Also, who drinks an entire bottle of wine? Fucking plenty of people do. Wine isn't that alcoholic. An entire bottle is like, what? The equivalent of like 4 or 5 standard drinks? And like, yeah, you can get wine drunk off of it, but it's not anything crazy. Especially if it's like just a standard bottle. I sent him a Venmo for $80, gave him a discount, LOL. And now he's calling me tacky and told our group chat I'm a bad host. I feel like he's literally there's literally an unwritten rule of guest logic where you don't touch the most expensive thing in the house. If I tell you to help yourself to my garage, it doesn't mean you can just drive off in my car. I don't know. Am I the asshole here? He's making me feel like I'm being extra, but I feel like he totally took advantage of me. I don't know. It's also just $120. If it's just $120, then what's the big deal in the first place? If it's, oh, well, it's just $120 you can pay me, then what's the fucking point in asking for the $120 in the first place? What's the big deal? Clearly, there's something more going on there. Clearly, it's not just $120, because if it was, then you wouldn't have asked for it in the first place. And also, then you wouldn't have given him a discount? Clearly, you're just wanting money out of your friend? And then you're also, like, getting bitchy at the fact that, like, he, actually went through on what you said. And also, it's like, yes, that is what somebody would do if you said, feel free to whatever's in my garage, right? Like, in some regards, there are some things that some people might be like, hey, what about this big power tool? But most of the times, anything that's loose and not bolted to the ground, and you say, hey, go help yourself to whatever in my garage, especially if you have a lot of tools in there, it's like, yeah, go take whatever the fuck you need, right? That's how that works. It's not just, hey, only whatever's on the Snap-on, right? Only whatever's in the top drawer of the Snap-on is what I meant, right? That doesn't mean go dig into my other tool master and dig out my really good socket wrench, right? And obviously doesn't mean his car. That's his car. There's a bunch of stuff that he needs to do with the car and all this other shit and all this other things. And that's like such an impossible, like, whataboutism of being like, well, what about my car? It's like, well, one's a bottle of wine that's a single-use consumable, and then the other thing is a piece of property that you constantly pay tax on and other things along those lines. Like, there's clearly logic here, but it's also the fact that he's not just going to take the fucking fridge. He's not going to take the fucking cabinets off the walls. Clearly it means the contents of the garage, not the thing that is stored permanently in the garage. But things like food or tools or utilities or supplies or other things along those lines, right? Or hardware. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying, yes, asshole. I'm absolutely saying asshole here. Like, come on, what are you doing? What are we doing here? Like, not only are you saying that it's just $120, but then you only Venmo him $80, and then but you then still complain about the price of the bottle, and then saying like, oh, well, he did all this. It's like, come on, like, dude, that's on you. Like, if somebody says something and then they come at you and say, well, you said this, and it's not them putting words in your mouth, clearly that means that you needed to have said something better, right? Communication. Come on, people. I know we live in a really individualist capitalist society, but come on. We gotta have more communication here. Alright, some comments. You're the asshole. Expensive and cheap bottles of wine look the same to people who don't know wine. Be more precise in your instructions for the person doing you a favor. He assumed that you only have cheap bottles of wine because you cavalierly said to help himself. This is tacky. Exactly. Right? If it was so expensive, then why didn't you mention, hey, I have a bottle of wine up in the top cabinet. Please don't touch that, right? I'm saving it. Anything else is free reign, right? Or even just saying no alcohol, right? I have alcohol, please don't touch the alcohol. I have beers that you can get or something like that, or I have shots or other things along those lines, or you can go or you know, BYOB, right? Bring your own booze if you want. But please do not touch mine. That's a boundary you can set. And clearly in the mind of this person, whether the OP is like kind of well off or other things along those lines, this could be a friend who's coming over knowing that they have expensive stuff and then being told, hey, yeah, help yourself to whatever, and then being like, holy shit, Kroger shit and like all food that I'm usually not able to eat. Hell yeah, I'm gonna eat some of this shit. It's like, yeah, you vehemently said, help yourself to whatever in the kitchen while I'm off for like however many days watching my cat, or while you watch my cat. And then you find a bottle of wine and you're like, this is either going to be really cheap or it's expensive. And they said help myself, and they clearly haven't used it yet. It's in all this other stuff. Perfect. Use it. Whatever, right? Use what you got in front of you. And also another comment on top of this comment said, Buddy probably thought he was doing a solid by chilling with the cat all evening instead of just feeding and watering and leaving. And then this, lol. Who are these people who expect everyone to know what wine is worth? That's my thing, right? Wine is always posed as this like really expensive thing, but then a lot of people now know that wine is like super cheap, but I don't know. It's such like a bougie thing, and I don't mean that in like the class way, but I do mean it in like a way of like, oh, I bought this thing to like, you know, because it's expensive and all this other stuff, and now I'm complaining that like blah 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 blah. It's, you know, and like, yes, there's plenty of people, I wouldn't say most people, but there's plenty of people who, if OP asked, hey, can you watch my cat, would have came over, gave the cat water and food, and then fucking dipped, right? And that's it. But no, dude stayed there with the cat to make sure, and then chilled on Netflix, kept the cat company, didn't put undue stress on it, just chillaxed and, you know, snoozed on the couch and had a nice bottle of wine. Maybe some snacks from the fridge or whatever else, right? Like, I would understand if he made a mess, but at that point, it even doesn't matter how much he ate. You said help yourself. And as long as it's still within limits of what he can normally eat, and what he wasn't like, I guess, taking stuff, but even in that case, I can still kind of understand, like, he must have really needed it or other things along those lines, because there's clearly a material reason why he would have taken some of this stuff, but that's not what was happening. It was something else. Hold on. I have a phone call. Oh shit! I totally forgot there was chairs in the back of the car. Oh, sorry. There was an event I had to go to yesterday, funeral I mentioned in the Discord, and me and my grandma, we loaded up the car with a bunch of chairs and shit, and they're still in the back of the car. I would have thought that she fucking took him out already, but she wants me to help him, and of course I will. Also, then there's another comment down here. I'm going to read a few more. Also, isn't hosting 101 to put shit you don't want guests to see/use away, especially if the phrase help yourself is being said? I put my toddler's favorite toys that she does not share well at all in her crib for her play dates just to make sure nobody finds them. Yeah. Another comment, absolutely. I've hosted a ton and have a huge family. If something is out, it's fair game. We get a house sitter when we vacation. My husband has favorite bourbon we put locked in our room. The rest of the liquor cabinet is fair game. The rest of the house is fair game. I try to be a gracious host with clear instructions. Exactly, right? Because it's one of those things where if you have communication, there are certain expectations, and then there are certain, like, realities that are going to be being said to this person that they're going to be going upon and taking that they might not realize that you don't want, right? Like, there are plenty of people who, you know, when they're house sitting, it's like, whatever's in the house is kind of fair game, as long as it's not, like, too big or, like, too crazy, right? So I get it. I understand it. Especially because some people have, you know, clearly said, like, hey, whatever's in the house, if you need it, fucking use it, right? Because it's one of those things like, hey, we use it, and we need it too, and that's how we survive in this establishment, and if you need to survive while you're watching over this place, then there you go. So I get it. I get that, right? And OP does have a point with common sense, right? Of being like, well, don't do anything too crazy. And that common sense is not taking the fridge or not taking the cabinets off the wall. But anything that is perishable, like consumables, right? Anything that is one-time use or like impermanent, right? It is, I think, is one of those things that is fair game, because it's like someone else was going to use it, someone else was going to consume it and be done with it, then, and you said have free reign, and that clearly means all the consumables in the house are fair game. So especially, at least in this commenter's scenario. Strongly agree. OP shouldn't have left the wine out if it wasn't meant to be drank. Maybe even tell the sitter to not drink that specific bottle because they were saving it for an occasion. Exactly. There is also that. Like there are levels of these sorts of things. Communication, treating your sitter like a toddler and locking things away, and then setting strict, like, instructions. There's also that too. Like, you're hiring this person to do a favor, or even paying them to do something. And hell, even if he didn't get paid, paid, and this is a favor, that bottle of wine was his payment. That bottle of wine was the payment. I think that's another thing that people might even look into. If, like, he did time out of his, put time out of his way to do these things, that was his payment, was a bottle of wine. And now you're angry because you didn't set a boundary that put that wine off the table. You told him to help himself, whatever. He did. Most people can't distinguish even a $15 wine between a $120 bottle of wine. And most people aren't going to read a receipt you left lying around either. You're the asshole. This one's on you. Further to this, unless OP told the friend what the bottle of wine was for, then the friend most likely assumed OP was providing him with a lovely vino or to chill with whilst looking after his cats. Does OP think the friend instinctively knows what specific bottles of wine was targeted for? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just a bottle of wine. I'm a wine drinker. Help yourself to anything in addition to doing you a favor, then fucking leaving a 120 bottle of special occasion wine in said kitchen. It's crazy. Yep, you're the asshole. I'm gonna do one more because I didn't realize what time it was, and I do need to get going. So I know this was a really, really short stream, but I hope people enjoyed. Ooh, we got an update one. All right. Am I the asshole for getting an apartment next door to my friend's old place? Hi all, 27 female, signed a lease this week for a new apartment that I'll be living in with my sister, 25F, in the town we grew up in. Our mom passed away, that's sad, a bit unexpectedly a little over a month ago. Holy shit. And we felt it was important to move into a new space and one that's closer to home. It's a shorter commute for both of us and the best we could find in the area given our budget. The apartment is next door to the apartment of my friend 27F lived in last year with her now ex-boyfriend. She hasn't lived there since they broke up last spring, and the ex-boyfriend no longer lives there either. The breakup was very tough for her, and she's had a difficult time with it in general. I texted her after my sister and I viewed the apartment to give her the heads up that we liked it and were planning on putting an application in. I told her I was sorry for the unfortunate circumstances and that I knew this was not going to be easy for her. That's already going above and beyond because it's a fucking apartment, right? You get what you can get. You get what you can find and all this other stuff. And anything like social or otherwise of being like, well, this was the place where my fucking ex-husband hung himself. It's like, that sucks. But this was the cheapest apartment we could get in our hometown that's so close, and we need this. So you're already going above and beyond by pre-establishing to this friend and showing how much you care for them, right? So there is that. I texted her, and I viewed the apartment to give her the heads up that we liked it and were planning on putting an application in. I told her I was sorry for the unfortunate circumstances, that I knew this would not be easy for her. She says I betrayed her. I chose the apartment over our friendship, and I'm not taking her trauma seriously. What the fuck? What the fuck? Apartment over friendship? Bitch, it's a fucking apartment you moved out of. This is a space you're no longer in. This is a space that also, by the way, isn't the same apartment. It is next door. What? What? It's next door to the apartment. It's like, what the fuck? You moved into the apartment next door to the apartment that my dad and my mom had an argument in that led to their divorce? What the fuck? That's our friendship over... Holy shit, that is ridiculous. I am truthfully shocked that she would come at me so hard when she knows what a difficult time I am having. Yeah, holy shit. Dude, get a grip. Lock in. Clue in. Your friend is moving. Her mother just died. She is 27 and her sister is 25 and her mom died. And you're saying, my breakup was so hard. Oh, and you moved into the apartment next door to where it happened? Oh, how could you betray me? And like, I understand trauma can be as hard for both people, right? A breakup, especially trauma, something very harsh, can feel as bad as losing a parent or losing a partner to death and other things along those lines. I know that there is severity to these things, but holy shit, clue in to like your emotional intelligence, your EQ, your resonance with other people around you, your empathy, right? And understand that of what your friend is going through as well. You're going through something, and now your friend is going through something. Maybe you can use this as a way to help heal yourself because you can start viewing this apartment through a new lens. It's not even the same apartment. It's an apartment fucking next door. Right, exactly. Not even think about her friends. Holy, something's going on. Either this friend is a total fucking bitch, or something deeper is going on. I don't know which one it is. Thank God I chose this one for the last story, because this is intense. I am truthfully shocked that she would come at me so hard when she knows what difficult time I am having with my mom's passing. She was upset that I described the situation as not easy, saying that it invalidates her feelings. But that is trauma. It's not easy. Is that a soft way of describing it? Yes. But it's not like invalidation. What do you want someone to say? Do you want somebody to constantly say, I know it's a really super fucking hard, tough, traumatic time for you right now? Or do you want her to say that in the same way, but saying, I know it's not easy for you right now? Both of those are clearly establishing with brevity and with seriousness the issue at hand. Oh, hold on. God, the entitlement. I'm crashing out, dude. I told her that I have to go to the house my mom raised me in, drive past her funeral home, and visit her grave every week, and that I know what it means to do things that aren't easy. Let's read that one more time. She was upset that I described the situation as not easy, saying that it invalidates her feelings. I told her that I have to go to the house my mom raised me in, drive past her funeral home, and visit her grave every week, and that I know what it means to do things that aren't easy. Exactly. This isn't like trauma dumping either. This is me saying, like, this is OP establishing to her friend of, like, this is what I mean whenever something's not easy. If anything, I'm saying how bad my situation is, and then also giving you the courtesy and the empathy you are not showing me to say that you too are not having an easy time. What a fucking amazing friend OP is already, right? Even if it can kind of sound like she's being a little bit of an asshole, kind of like dumping like that, which doesn't matter. She's in a horrible time. She gets a little bit of a pass being a little bitchy. We all do, right? That is 100% fair game, because that's a part of grieving. Remember, anger, a part of the stages of grief. So being snappy and all this other stuff, but as long as you understand that you were being a bitch and you were, acting irrationally or snappy, I get it. She said that the loss of my mom wasn't a choice and that me signing for this apartment is. Well, guess what was also a choice? You breaking up was a choice. Also, your decision right now to treat your friend as you are right now is also a choice. And yes, I know breakups can be one-sided, but it's one of those things that you are choosing to handle it in this way. You are having the awareness to take and handle these situations in the way that you are handling them. And yes, the loss of a mother isn't a choice, but guess what OP could be doing? She could be doing something way fucking worse with the trauma of her mother passing. If anything, she could be acting like her friend is, but she's not. She's upset that I'm unwilling to put her first. Put her first for fucking what? Not getting a cheap apartment that's next door to the same place? I think in her eyes, her breakup and my loss are both traumas that need to be considered equally. I truthfully cannot believe the utter disregard she has for my circumstances. She knows why my sister and I wanted to move. I understand her being upset about this. I really do know that the first few visits might not be easy for her, and I told her that I'm sorry for that. Yeah, the OP went ahead and was like, hey, I'm moving into a place that's nearby where I know that you might have a hard time because you had a connection here. But guess what? Her ex is still alive. She's still alive. Nobody fucking died. Hopefully. We don't have, unless in the update. But then also on top of that, it was a breakup. It wasn't the loss of life. It wasn't the loss of major material conditions or material possessions. It wasn't the death of a loved one. It was the turning of a page, where as opposed with OP, she just watched an entire fucking book close and now has to deal with the fallout of that. And that's something that I've had to watch recently. Like yesterday, I had to watch that. I had to watch an entire family of loved ones and friends and colleagues and relatives all like come together and grieve somebody and see the love that they had for this person and the love that they had given back, right? And to see the sadness, but also the celebration that was happening of this book closing. Meanwhile, OP's friend is going through everything, and a chapter of her life isn't even done yet. At most, it's a chapter that's being done. It's not an entire book that is finishing. This isn't divorce. This wasn't fiance walking out on the aisle. This was tough breakup that happened in an apartment we were probably going to move out of anyway. And she was going to move. She moved out of it already anyway. Neither of the people live there already anyway. Is she going to now hate the people that live in that apartment if she doesn't know them? God. I've had a really difficult time keeping it together the last few weeks with my mom, and this whole drama has me in a pretty bad place. Yeah, because imagine that. That is now your friend doing this to you on top of all the trauma you're experiencing of your mother passing, and you're only 27. And your sister, imagine what the sister is feeling too. Because not only now is her older sister being put into a hard position, probably venting or at least showing frustrations about the situation with the friend. Imagine what the sister is going through now. Not only are they having to worry about, like, moving shit out of the mom's house, now having to drive past it, going to the funeral every week, grieving, the grief process, and all this other stuff, but also the financials of moving into the apartment, the financials of having to deal with the loved one passing, and now having a friend bitch to you and being like, oh, well, my trauma's worse because I had a breakup. Like, and I know I said already, people's traumas can feel equal in the moment, but now you are precedented putting somebody first without consideration for another person, and that makes this person an asshole. I told her the lease has been signed, and she's obviously not happy. I think she's wanted a chance to talk me out of it, which wasn't going to happen either way. Am I the asshole? No. Absolutely fucking not. Hold on, I gotta check if someone's here. Okay. Oh. Absolutely not. Not the asshole. Not the asshole at all. Not even a little bit. Comments. She no longer lives there, nor does her ex, so she's basically hung up over the building itself. You can't live in any building where any of my exes lived is beyond weird. Not the asshole. Exactly. This is over the apartment itself. Like, the entire complex of the apartment. Not even, like, the room. Because remember, OP said that it wasn't in the same apartment. It was in the same complex. Thanks for the recap. I thought I was missing something in OP's telling, but it looks like I've got it right. Beyond weird is putting it mildly, not the asshole. I think it's a bit more than the building. Sounds like it's the unit right next to where she used to live. And the friend could have PTSD from abuse or something else. We don't know. So walking by the door where it happened could not be good. OP is not the asshole, but I do think mentioning the first few visits will be difficult was weird. Why not just hang out at the friend's place or other places if this is such an issue? Suggesting, yeah, there is the possibility of abuse, but given the fact that the way that the friend was phrasing it, or at least how OP is then phrasing what was going on with the friend, clearly that's not what was happening. Like, there was no established history of abuse. It was a rough breakup. You know, maybe some screaming, maybe like it was just a tough breakup, other things like that, walking out. Maybe he got caught cheating or something like that. But there is no like domestic abuse that we know of. And that still makes any of this difficult, right? Like, if it's one of those things like, oh, well, we have to walk past the door. That can still be a subject of healing, because now you're not walking past the door to an abuser. You're walking past a door that did used to mean something to you if it was an abuser, but now you're going to your friend's house that can now recontextualize what this building is. Exactly, we don't know. No, the friend is. I don't know her, but if this is the normal behavior, maybe ending the friendship should be considered. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I hate ending friendships. I'm the type of person, especially due to autism, where I can go weeks and months, years without talking to somebody. And then the moment I start talking to them again, I'm like, it was like, well, I just talked to you yesterday. What up, dog? Right? And that's how I am. Right? And I'm also of the way that ending a friendship and being like, I'm done with this, I cannot talk to this person ever again, I have to tell that person, because I know that if I didn't and I just kind of ghosted them, they would have, and then they didn't know that I like broke things off. Like, let's say it was a pretty long relationship, and they come back to me, I'm like, oh well, here comes a ghost back to haunt me. So that's why I always tell people that I stop being friends with them. I'm like, yeah, I can't continue being friends with you. See ya. Or just block them and be like, yep, I'm done, and walk away. Leave them ruminating in their shit. I think almost a year has passed since the breakup, and the ex no longer lives there. How long does this supposed prohibition last? Depends on the details, and like I said, if there's PTSD involved. I don't think OP had to minimize it by saying you'll get over it after a few visits. Could have just left it at I'll come to your place, or we can meet at other places. Yeah, but this is like, again, Reddit levels of Olympic jumping to conclusions. We don't know. We do not know. We have to take what we know right now. And yes, we can consider an interpretation of these things, but taking that as fact, that is massive jumping to conclusions. And even if PTSD was involved, that's PTSD not just for the building and stuff. That's PTSD that is going to be needed to be dealt with on a personal basis. It's not purely tied to that building that is now also a year old. So again, like I said, there is a good chance that, especially depending on how long they live there is a good chance that if abuse was happening, it's not the building itself that is like, or the room that is this fetish of connection, right? And I mean that in like the metaphysical sense, right? Not literally, but I'm trying to like establish the connection of what this is to the trauma. It's that it triggers the trauma, not that it's the source of the trauma, right? Kind of like walking into an old house where you grew up with your abusive parents. The house wasn't it, it was the events inside of it. And those are interpersonal. Those are social connections that are happening then. So those are issues that can then be resolved with OP in the new apartment and setting a new relation with the apartment as a whole. Or also just going somewhere else and having OP get therapy so that, you know, the events that took place in this space aren't triggered by walking past the door. And hell, if really need be, I'm sure you can just fucking find a different place to go and visit, or just not take that path. I'm sure there's another stairwell you can take or some shit. I don't know. All right. Not the asshole. Your friend sounds selfish as fuck. Very immature. Does she intend to grieve this relationship for the rest of her life? What a drama queen. That is true. Also, if it's been over a year and you were only dating for 6 months, that is one thing. Unless it was really, really hard abuse or bad faith or other things like that, I can understand. But again, tying it to just the apartment that no one lives in now, and it's like the apartment next to it or the complex next to it, it's like, come on. Your friend needs therapy. This is not normal, and her acting like you betrayed her is nuts. Not the asshole. Not the asshole. I see where visiting you at your new place may occasionally bring back sad or bad memories for her, but that will fade over time. Yes, like OP said. It is not more important than you finding an affordable and safe place to live with your sister closer to home with a better commune. You and your friend could meet at her place or out at a cafe or a sandwich shop for the next year. If she can't bring herself to drive down your street, she'll realize she's being silly if she thinks about it longer. This is not worth losing your friendship over. She's got tunnel vision, and your loss is more profound than her breakup. Hang in there. That is one thing. Is like, if this isn't what she normally acts like, I would say stick with it and kind of help her through it, because maybe like, because what is it? It's joy given or joy shared is joy multiplied. So healing shared is also healing multiplied, right? So it's like, I hope you heal, and that heals me, and I feel like I'm healing myself far more. So I understand. It's not the asshole. It's terrible that your friend is saying her breakup is the same as you losing your mother. I mean, it can feel like that, but it's the very fact that she is putting herself forward and being inconsiderate that's the big thing. Not the asshole. Your friend, in quotations, reaction is weird and overreaction, and even if you weren't grieving, it's hard to find good places to rent. Putting her aversion to a building on you is ridiculous, unless she has a legitimate PTSD reason, assaulted there or something terrible, but I hope she would explain that. You are grieving. A true friend would be doing whatever she can to support you, or at least trying to understand. She is not. Sounds like she is incredibly selfish and not supportive. What do you get out of this friendship besides more stress? Agree to meet at the coffee shops. Alright. Let's see. Update on Am I the Asshole for getting an apartment next to my friend's old place. Thank you all for the... Hold on. Alright. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Hold on, 1 second. A small phone break. All right, I'm gonna have some toasted raviolis for dinner. Okay, let's continue. Update. Am I the asshole for getting an apartment next to my friend's old place? Thank you all for the feedback. I was beginning to feel like I was going crazy, and it was comforting to see people having a similar reaction to my own. Many of you told me that this girl is not a true friend, and I've reached a point where I agree. Hold on. After asking for time to think before meeting up, we finally did. In the time between me telling her about my new place and me moving in, she found a new apartment that is 2 blocks away from my new street. Okay, well, it clearly wasn't that big of an issue then. She told me she felt invalidated and uncared for because I didn't sit down and have a conversation with her in person when I initially decided to tour the apartment. That I am reactivating her trauma, that I am being a surface level friend, etc. Those are all completely different things. I told her I felt very disappointed by her unwillingness to show me any grace or understanding given the fact that I am drowning in grief and that I'm not sure that I'm in a place right now where I can still be friends with her. She said she felt very blindsided that she expected the conversation to go differently. I do feel badly and it breaks my heart, but at the same time I truly don't know how to continue with this friendship after how she has treated me and after some of the things she has said to me. Some comments. Did she expect an apology? OP says yes, and I got the sense she did not plan on apologizing for herself until I made it clear that this was something that would end our friendship. Commenter responded to that saying, she said she felt very blindsided that she expected the conversation to go differently. She is very entitled and had no ability to self-reflect. She is right, and therefore you are wrong. She is not a friend. Reply to that says, you're better off without the drama queen in your life. Geez, I bet she's got all kinds of rules and what makes a good or bad friend. Also, I'm very sorry for the loss of your mom. Take care and don't let anyone invalidate your grief. Someone on top of that says, to be clear, she expected that you would scrape and beg and apologize, stroking her ego and validating her hurt feelings. She expected it because that is probably what people have historically done when she's thrown a fit and framed it as being mistreated because, frankly, a lot of us, myself included, try to apologize meaningfully when we think we've upset someone. That doesn't mean she doesn't believe she was mistreated, mind you. It only says mind, but I'm guessing it means mind you. It's usually a behavioral habit more than an intentional one. Intentional strategy. Somewhere along the line, she learned the habit of acting out her hurt excessively, real hurt or otherwise, and receiving positive attention. It's how people become boat rockers. Yeah, that's what I'm getting from this. Everything that we're there so far from what we know, there is no trauma. Uh, and now she was expecting a apology from OP and expecting her to beg for forgiveness and all this other stuff. And then she goes and gets an apartment only a few blocks away, and it really does reek of this thing of like clearly she doesn't actually give a fuck. It's clearly this idea that where it's her own feelings, she's being very dramatic and all this other stuff. It wasn't this idea of like abuse or anything really traumatic like this. It's her kind of throwing these words around, and it is a good word to use of like drama queen. And I think that's what this is. I definitely do think so. She's a pain. You do you, boo. Just ignore her when you pass her on the street. Did she apologize? Only after I said I didn't think I could continue on with our friendship. Didn't feel very sincere. Could she even show you on the doll where the building hurt her? That's a little fucked up, but that is also kind of funny. Pretty sure, yeah. I'd ask her what the trauma radius is. It the floor of the building, the whole building, the street, the neighborhood? It's obviously not 2 blocks. Some of that was somebody else responded to that saying it's obviously not 2 blocks. This was actually such a funny response. Like for real, she just moved 2 blocks away herself. IMO. That is super close to wild. I don't think like let's say like I had a traumatic experience within a building. I don't think I could be within 2 blocks of that place if it was still really affecting me, right? Because I know that if I need to take like a detour or anything along those lines, I might end up passing by it. And it's 2 blocks. Like go for a morning run, I might need to like I might get winded really quickly and I have to take that street and see it. It's all sorts of stuff, right? She said, another comment, she said she felt very blindsided and that she expected the conversation to go differently. Of course she did. She sees herself as the only important one in your relationship and expected you to also see her that way. As such, she expected the conversation to be all about her, how she feels, how you can make her feel better. When you didn't beg for forgiveness or follow the script she had created in her head, she didn't know how to respond because it never occurred to her that you would feel like your feelings mattered since she doesn't. All in all, you'll be better off without her friendship. Girl, bye and good riddance. Glad you dropped her like you're getting an apartment dropped her like you're getting an apartment constitutes a whole conversation about where you get it. Well, sigh. I read the first and then update. I'm so confused by the situation. She moved down the street, so it can't be that bad to go by the building. I know how hard it can be to find an affordable apartment without a waiting list. It is sometimes forever to get into one, and they are expensive. It isn't unreasonable to move into one that is available. You not only didn't owe her an apology, but this was a massive overreach, an overreaction. I think the true enemy of all this is capitalism and speculation house market. So, also, since I'm done with the chairs, I'm gonna read a few more. Actually, I want chat to decide. Chat, do we read no sleep stories now, creepypastas, or do we read more Am I the Asshole? I'm kind of feeling no sleep, honestly. Captain, what? Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes. I'm not listening to a song on stream. I'll listen to it after I'm done. I promise I'll listen to it after I'm done. Let me read Reddit. I want to read Reddit. I want to read Reddit. I want to read Reddit. That's what this stream is about. That's what I want to do. Maybe next time, whenever I have a general reaction stream, because I Saulene remembers. I'm sure they remember whenever I listened to My September. And the other thing that Vivianos made, and then I think also on stream I reacted to a few other songs. So I mean I can do that. No Sleep. I love No Sleep. So No Sleep are essentially creepypastas. That's what they are. The Ooh, actually, 2-sentence horror stories. That's going to be a good one. I want to do some of these first. And No Sleep is this idea that everything on here that is written is true, even if it's not, right? That's the whole thing. Essentially, you come to this Reddit and you basically role play, right? And it can be as crazy of a situation, as crazy, fantastical, supernatural of a story as possible. And the whole idea is that whatever is posted is an actual factual event that happened. And every comment is playing along with it, right? Whether that be being like, oh, I found a journal and here's the story it says, and this is a real story. Or it's like, oh, hey, this is my experience doing this, this, and this. Or whether it's written in first person or third person, the comments kind of play along with it and say this is real, right? It's a very fun thing, and I really enjoy it because a lot of my favorite horror stories are actually from No Sleep. And I want to make a video essay in the future on my favorite ones, and because a lot of them are very, very good. If you've ever wondered like where a lot of modern creepypastas come from, or like a lot of the modern shit that you see coming around, like the like kind of mythologized, creepypastified Wendigo and Skinwalker, that came from No Sleep. That kind of like idea. Obviously, the creature didn't, but like that, the deer antler thing that mimics people, or like the rake came from No Sleep. Or it was originally, I think, on it was something awful forms, right? And then there's a lot of like the newer stuff that's come around in terms of like creepypasta and like folklore or urban legends came from No Sleep. But let's read let's do some 2-sentence horror stories, because there are some sums in here that I would love to read off, because some of these are really, really good. Two-sentence horror stories. Here's the first one. All my life, my parents have told me not to open the basement door. But I got curious and disobeyed them. What is that glowing ball in the sky, and why does it hurt my eyes? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Dude. Okay. You might be wondering what? Did something come out of the No. The kid came out of the basement. The ball in the sky is the sun. Holy shit. That's so good. That is so good because the horror is the fact that this kid has been trapped in a basement all his life. Holy shit, that's good. That's good. All my life, my parents have told me not to open the basement door, but I got curious and disobeyed them. What is that glowing ball in the sky, and why does it hurt my eyes? That was awesome. That was awesome. Somebody in the comments said SCP-001 has breached. This is not a drill. I heard of a movie with a plot of a mom and her son locked in the shed for years. This reminded me of that. No, yeah. Love this, making the mundane horrifying. Yeah. Oh, damn. Took me a minute, but definitely worth the extra brain cell. Yeah, that was good. At first, I was thinking, like, is it like the color from outer space, right? Where, like, something was leaving the basement and, like, going up into the sky, and it's, like, some, like, Lovecraftian thing. But then I was like, no, he left the basement. He's looking at the sun. I'm like, why does it hurt your eyes? What the fuck are you talking? That's such a weird detail. Oh my god, it's the sun. Holy shit, it's the sun. That's so good. That's so good. Here's a comment that's really good. When I was a kid, my parents used to tell me, Emo, don't go near the cellar door. One day, when they were away, I went up to the cellar door, and I pushed it, and walked through, and saw strange, wonderful things I had never seen before. Like trees, grass, flowers, the sun. That was nice. Emo Phillips. That's good. That's also really good. Here we go. When the kidnapper made me guess where he kept my daughter, I went for the basement, and he said, correct, allowing me to see her. But when I found her severed head there, I learned that every other choice would have been correct as well. Ooh, damn. Damn, that was good. That's not like a twist, but damn, that's good. That's good. I have been working on stories to complete the best on this sub, but I'm finding it near impossible. I'm beginning to think some of you are just making yours up. Fantastic 2 cents horror story. Whenever I considered killing myself to escape my parents' abuse, I just recite my mantra, you don't deserve to die. Ironically now, they are old, hungry, covered in bed sores, and begging to be put out of their misery. I still have the same mantra. Damn! Oh shit, that's a beast! Dude, that's a beast! Holy shit! That's fucking awesome! Yes, dude! Yes! Let's read that one more time. Whenever I considered killing myself to escape my parents' abuse, I just recite my mantra. You don't deserve to die. Ironically, now that they are old, hungry, covered in bed sores, and are begging to be put out of their misery, I still have the same mantra. That's so good. Dope. Whoa, what's this one? My grandmother died giving birth to my mother, who died giving birth to me. As I feel my consciousness slip away, I pray that my baby is a boy. Ooh. That one's good. Now, see, the symbolism is childhood trauma and generational abuse done unto women by society. That's what that's about. Hey, Miss St. Louis, you like toasted raviolis, right? Here you go. Actually, I don't know if you do or not. All right. Ooh, this one sounds good. I look at my father's head on the wall, knowing that he'll finally be proud of me today. Then I look back at the terrified hunter and sink my antlers into his chest. Oh! Oh shit! Damn! 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 Damn, Bambi! Yeah, get him! Get him! Get him! Fuck yeah! Dude, that was awesome. That was so good. That was good. Ooh, this one sounds interesting. I promised my wife that when I returned from the war, we'd sit down and rewatch the movie from our first date. But now she's dying in the hospital, all because she wanted to make popcorn. Oh god, I get it. Oh, he fucking shot her. Cause he thought, oh my god, PTSD, that's the horror. That's that's funny. That's funny. That's like bad two sentence horror, but also like really good two sentence horror because it's like it clearly makes sense. This one's funny. I forgot to grab something. I'll be right back, said Mom. As she rounded the corner, out of sight, the cashier began ringing up our groceries. Where is the other really good one? This one's good. Hold on. This is one that I was trying to find searching it up, but here's this one. Did you hear that? My mother asked. Hear what? I replied, forgetting for a moment that I was camping alone. That's good. Hold on. Oh, this is actually technically a short story, but this one's always where's where is it? Fuck, where is it? It was a really, really good one. Here it is. A young girl is playing in her bedroom when she hears her mother call her from the kitchen, so she runs down the stairs to meet her mother. As she's running through the hallway, the door to the cupboard under the stairs opens, and a hand reaches out and pulls her in. It's her mother. She whispers to the child, "Don't go into the kitchen. I heard it too." That's a classic. That's a classic one. That's a classic one. I love that one. I love that one. That one's so good. Oh, classic, dude. Fucking classic. Ugh. Excuse me. Whoa. This one's long, but this one sounds good. All right. We're going to no sleep now, so this isn't 2-sentence horror stories, but it is horror stories. Am I going crazy? Has everyone forgotten that dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago? Okay, I know the title sounds a bit weird. I know. But please hear me out. Because I feel like I'm going crazy. I need anyone, to tell me I'm not. It all started 3 weeks ago in my AP US History class. We had just finished the Vietnam War unit, and Mr. Henderson started talking about Reconstruction, which is normal, right? Well, usually Reconstruction comes the first wave of Reconstruction after the Civil War, and then the second wave with Jim Crow. Wrong. He showed a slide, and I swear it was a picture of a Tyrannosaurus Rex wearing a suit. A full 3-piece suit with a tie. Standing on a presidential platform with the national emblem and stuff. I thought this was a joke. Maybe some kind of meme to grab our attentions. Mr. Henderson has done some weird things before. Last month, he dressed up as Alexander Hamilton and lectured the entire time as Hamilton. So I sat there waiting to see what the joke he'd come up with. But the joke never came. Mr. Henderson continued, President Scales, Scales, make sure you spell it right on the test, was elected by a landslide in 1974. His campaign slogan, solve modern problems with prehistoric solutions, resonated with Americans wearily on the political system. I looked around. Everyone was taking notes. Taking notes. My friend Jessica was highlighting in her textbook. There was an entire chapter about a dinosaur president. I leaned over to look. There were pictures. Several pictures. Presidential Scales shaking hands with Gerald Ford. President Scales throwing the first pitch at a baseball game. President Scales giving his inaugural address, his tiny Tyrannosaurus arms barely reaching the microphone. Mr. Henderson, I raised my hand. What is it, Connor? Are we doing an alternate history exercise? Like the Man in the High Castle or something? The whole class turned to me to look at me as if I'd asked something completely absurd. Mr. Henderson frowned. I don't understand, Connor. We're studying the history of the Scales era. It's standard curriculum. But he was a dinosaur. A Tyrannosaurus Rex, and dinosaurs have been extinct for 65 million years. Dead silence. The silence was deafening. Then someone laughed. It was Brad from the football team. Dude, what are you talking about? Are you on drugs? No, listen. I just mean dinosaurs and humans have never coexisted. They couldn't possibly be present in the 1970s because they weren't extinct thousands of years before humans evolved. Mr. Henderson frowned and deepened. Oh, this is going to turn into like QAnon, like replacement theory or some other shit, right? Like Earth 4,000 years old Earth theory or something like that. Mr. Henderson's frown deepened. He wore the teacher's worried look. The look they give you before calling your parents. Connor, I think you might be mistaken. Yes, the Mesozoic dinosaurs went extinct, but the Cenozoic dinosaurs, those that survived the asteroid impact, evolved alongside humans, and some even developed intelligence. We learned about it in our freshman biology class. Are you alright? Well, clearly this isn't modern America, because if big fuss was made over a black president, I don't think a different species would work even at all. I didn't feel good. I felt like I'd just woken up from another dimension. There were no Cenozoic dinosaurs, I said, my voice trembling. The asteroid killed them, all of them. That's just basic science. Jessica nudged my arm. Connor, seriously, are you alright? Should we go to the infirmary? Stop pretending, everyone, like a dinosaur's a president. Mr. Henderson stood up. Connor, I think you should get some air. We'll talk about this after class. So I went outside and completely broke down in the hallway. I pulled out my phone and searched the absurdity online. The internet would surely prove I wasn't crazy. I typed President Scales Dinosaur. The search results appeared. Wikipedia entry. Scales, 1920 to 2003, was an American politician who served as the 38th President of the United States from 1974 to 1982 as a member of the Dinosaur Democratic Party, the DDP. The DDP. Scales was the first theropod dinosaur to be elected president. There were many pictures, really many. Some black and white photos, seemingly taken in the 1950s, showed a young Tyrannosaurus Rex in a military uniform. There were also color photos from the 1970s of his inauguration, his thin arms resting on a Bible, held by a seemingly very patient Supreme Court justice. My hands trembled as I flipped through these materials. One section dedicated to the Scales era. The section recounted several key achievements of his presidency. The Dinosaur-Human Reconciliation Act of 1974, the establishment of the Department of Paleontology, the controversial two-fingered or two-clawed Equal Rights Amendment. Oh, and not without scandal, the Jurassic Park of 1979, the Park Scandal. I found the video, real footage of President Scales giving a speech. His voice sounded hoarse, and he was a huge reptile. His press conferences were insane because reporters had to use special made tall microphones to accommodate his height, and this happened several times. He accidentally knocked them over with his tail. There's video footage of him trying to sign bills with a specifically made extended pin in his tiny Tyrannosaurus Rex claws, sometimes taking 3 tries to succeed. Back in the room, I couldn't concentrate at all. Mr. Henderson was talking about the Velociraptor rights movement and the 1976 Brontosaurus labor dispute, and also mentioned Scales' nomination of the first Stegosaurus to the Supreme Court. After class, he made me stay. Connor, I'm worried. Your outburst just now wasn't like you. Is everything alright at home? Mr. Henderson, if I may be so bold, none of this is true. Dinosaurs are extinct. They don't exist anymore. They've been extinct for millions of years. He sat on the edge of the table. Connor, I know being a sophomore is stressful, but making up outlandish stories won't solve anything. If you're having trouble with your studies, I can arrange tutoring. I didn't make anything up. It's the dinosaur president you taught me. That's right, because there really were dinosaur presidents in history. In fact, there were several, but Scales was undoubtedly the most popular. The Velociraptor president took office in the late 90s. Through his term, was more controversial. Shut up! I shouted. Don't pretend this is normal. Mr. Henderson stood up, looking genuinely worried. I'm going to call your parents. I think you might need to see the school counselor. That was Monday. By Wednesday, I had already been to the counselor twice. Mrs. Peterson, whom I usually liked, today, with an irritating calm, made me sit down and talk about my denial of the dinosaur extinction. This isn't denial, I said. It's a fact. The Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event, an asteroid impact, iridium layers, and the geological record. The dinosaurs went extinct. God, this is exactly how people like actually sound though whenever talking about like conspiracy theories and stuff. Like, what about the layers? She nodded slowly, writing something in her notebook. When did you start having these ideas that contradict established history? They don't contradict history. They are history. Real history. Connor, I want you to consider what you might be experiencing in some form of dissociative episode. Sometimes pressure makes us question reality. And this questioning feels very real to us. I wanted to scream, but I held back and asked, "Can you provide any evidence that dinosaurs survived?" She turned the computer screen towards me and opened. Good heavens. I didn't know where to begin. The Smithsonian Institution's website had a section dedicated to the evolution of Cenozoic dinosaurs. It had scientific papers, peer-reviewed journal articles, and photos of dinosaur skeletons in museums. Not the fossils I remembered, but specimens from the last few thousand years. That's awesome. The website had a complete timeline showing how some small theropod dinosaurs survived asteroid impacts by burrowing, and then over millions of years of evolution developed greater intelligence and small, fully functional anti-throat thumbs. Clearly, we had coexisted with dinosaurs for millennia before humans appeared. Jurassic Park? I asked anxiously. The movie? The one they had to clone dinosaurs because they went extinct? Mrs. Peterson looked confused. You mean the documentary about theme park safety violations? Connor, that's not about cloning. It's a park that, for entertainment purposes, attempted to genetically modify some mentally challenged dinosaurs to make them more aggressive, ultimately leading to a tragedy of 1993. God damn. That's fucked up. No. That movie was released in 1993. It's science fiction. It's about... That movie was released in 1995. It was based on the Senate investigation into the park incident. Steven Spielberg directed it. If you want to watch it, we might still have it in our library. I felt like throwing up. Thursday. Things got worse. More ravioli. Mr. Henderson was sick, probably because the students... Oh my god, there's going to be a dinosaur that shows up. Mr. Henderson was sick, probably because the students' denial of basic facts was putting too much pressure on him. We got a substitute teacher for history class. The substitute teacher, Mr. Garcia, continued teaching the unit on president scales. Today, we're going to see some footage from the president scales terms, he said, pushing an old-fashioned television on a trolley. This is a news report from 1976. 6-7. The video began to play. The picture was rough, old, but absolutely real. Or at least, as real as the fake moon landing, only this video looked more real. That line got me. Walter Cronkite sat at his desk, discussing President Scales' approval ratings. Then the scene switched to the Scales at a press conference. What truly shocked me was how real the footage looked. Really, incredibly real. His movements were fluid and natural, unlike electronic animation. The lighting effects didn't match the computer effects of the 70s, because there were no computer effects back then. Well, there kind of was, but not like computers, but okay, whatever. As he spoke, his small arms waved clumsily. His tail swung back and forth, knocking over a potted plant. A Secret Service agent picked it up impatiently. A reporter asked him about the economy. Scales replied in a deep, resonant voice. The American people, whether human or lizard, deserve better treatment than economic stagnation. That was the policy of the previous administration. That's why I proposed the midlife Marshall Plan. I stood trembling. This isn't real. It's been edited. A deep fake. It can't be real. The whole class sighed. Someone threw a crumpled piece of paper at me. Connor, please sit down, Mr. Garcia said. No. Can't you see how ridiculous this is? Dinosaurs don't wear suits. They can't talk. They don't understand economics. They're lizards. Dead lizards. They're not lizards, Brad corrected me. They're theropod and avian dinosaurs related to birds. We learned that in our freshman year. GG Brad. In our timeline, they're related to birds because birds are the only surviving dinosaurs. Those little guys, they evolved into birds. They didn't evolve into politicians wearing suits. Jessica burst into tears. Connor, you scared me. Mr. Garcia turned off the television. Connor, I need to take you to the principal's office. Well, maybe Principal Rodriguez is the only normal person in this building. Warning, Principal Rodriguez is not the normal person I expected. Principal Rodriguez is a velociraptor. I've seen him before, of course. I've been to this school for 3 years. But you said sophomore. That's not... You would be a junior for 3 years. But I've never really looked at him closely. He's about 5 feet tall, covered in feathers, and those signature curved claws. When I came in, he stood from behind the desk, his tail steadily balancing him. Connor, please sit down. I've heard you've been behaving a bit strangely. I just stared at him, at the crest on his head, at the claws holding his pen, at his amber eyes, those predatory eyes that seemed to be tracking my every move. You're a dinosaur, I said. I'm a velociraptor. That's right. And you're a human. And I'm glad we've confirmed our species. Now, what do you mean by denying the existence of dinosaurs? I'm not denying it. You're right here. I can see you. But this isn't normal. This world doesn't work like this. He leaned back in his chair, which had deliberately left a gap at the back. Connor, to be honest, this might sound like much more than I just stress. I suggest you see a doctor. I'll call your parents to pick you up. Alright, here we go. An hour later, my parents arrived. The drive home was quiet at first. Then my mother turned around from the passenger seat. Connor, honey, what's wrong? Mr. Rodriguez said you've been claiming dinosaurs didn't exist? Not that they don't exist now, but that they didn't exist in the past. They went extinct 65 million years ago, never co-evolved with humans, and certainly never had a president. My father gripped the steering wheel tightly. Son, I don't know what stage you're going through, but you have to stop. You're disrupting the classroom and worrying about the teachers. Frankly, your denial of dinosaurs sounds like you've been reading too much conspiracy theories online. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is real history. Asteroid impact, mass extinction. Yes, there was a mass extinction, my mom said patiently. Most of the dinosaurs went extinct. Most of the smaller dinosaurs and Tyrannosaurus rex survived. They evolved. That's basic science, Connor. You learned that in elementary school. My thing is that makes me question all this is like 65 million years was a lot of time for us to evolve into what we were. We went from Neanderthal, Homo erectus, and Australopithecus into what we are now for only the last 120,000 years. And you're telling me that Tyrannosaurus rex never got longer arms or became more humanoid? No, no. What I learned was that all non-avian dinosaurs went extinct. The only survivors became birds. Dad pulled into the driveway and turned off the engine. He looked at me in the rearview mirror, and I could tell he was genuinely scared. I think you need help. You really need help. This isn't normal. I'm the only one who's not normal. I'm the one who's not normal? The world has gone mad. That's when I made a mistake. I took out my phone intending to show him the real Wikipedia I remembered. But then I opened it. The content was exactly the same as I'd seen before. President Scales, Dinosaur Democrats, and Dinosaur Human Reconciliation Act. I tried showing off my old textbooks, the one from last year, but when I took out my world history textbook off the shelf, chapter 14 was titled The Age of Dinosaur Human Cooperation. Accompanied by a full-color illustration, a Triceratops pulling a plow with a human farmer directing it. This isn't my book. Someone switched them. My mother started crying. Oh, baby. That night, they took me to the emergency room. The doctor who treated me was kind. Too kind. The kind of kindness that people show when they think you're completely insane. Connor, this is Dr. Patel. Can you tell me how you feel? Everyone thinks there was a dinosaur president in history. Everyone acts like dinosaurs and humans have always coexisted. But that's not the case. They went extinct millions of years ago. She nodded, taking notes. No, I do not, unfortunately. But I cannot stop people from watching it, but I do not allow minors on the stream. It is 18 plus, as is the Discord server, as is the community. But children will watch what they want to watch. I can only dissuade you. I ain't no Diddy Epstein. 3 weeks ago, Monday in history class. Oh, wait, hold on. She nodded, taking notes. When did you first notice this contradiction? 3 weeks ago, Monday, in history class. Have you used drugs? Even marijuana? No. Any family history of mental illness? Schizophrenia? No, I'm not crazy. I'm not saying you're crazy, Connor. But you're experiencing a disconnect from mainstream reality, and that's something we need to take seriously. They admitted me for psychiatric treatment and evaluation. I spent a week in the adolescent psychiatric ward at St. Mary's Hospital. Let me tell you about the worst week of my life. Everyone there was so nice, so understanding, so patient. Even with me, the kid who thinks dinosaurs are extinct. They organized group therapy, and I had to sit without teenagers who had real problems. And I tried to explain, no, I'm not delusional. Yes, I know dinosaurs still exist, but they shouldn't exist. Shouldn't exist in this way. A girl, Sarah, was there because of severe anxiety. Tried to help me. Maybe you've seen some movies or something that made you think they're extinct, like science fiction? I remember learning about it in school. Teachers taught it. Books talked about it. Museums talked about it too. The Cretaceous Paleogene extinction of it. Chicxulub crater, iridium layers. But these are all partial eviction events, she said softly. For example, yes, most dinosaurs went extinct, but not all. Smaller dinosaurs survived, just like the Ice Age didn't wipe out all mammals. That's different. That's completely different. My therapist, Dr. Reeves, took a different approach. She wanted me to accept reality, not accept what I want it to be. Sometimes our brain creates false memories. This happens far more often than you think. You might be remembering things incorrectly or confusing fictional events with real history. I've been like this my whole life. I've been confused my whole life. It's not your fault. The brain is complex. But the good news is we can overcome this together. They prescribed me medication, antipsychotics. The kind used for people who hallucinate. But I wasn't hallucinating. Everyone else was. Or rather, they were all collectively delusional. Or maybe I'd stumbled onto another parallel universe where dinosaurs never went extinct, integrated into human society, and even ran for president. By the 5th day, I was exhausted. The medication made my head spin. Every conversation, every treatment, every gentle correction from the nurses eroded my beliefs. Was I wrong? Had I been wrong all along? Dr. Reeves showed me photos from my childhood. 5-year-old me was standing in the Contemporary Dinosaurs exhibit at the Natural History Museum next to a live Stegosaurus. It was when I was 8 at a Petizone, feeding an animal that looked like a small Pachyphaleosaurus. Do you remember these? She asked. I remember. A little. The memories were both real and unreal, like a 3D image that only appeared when you relaxed your gaze. I remember that zoo, but they weren't any dinosaurs. Only goats. Elaborate! Are you sure? Really sure. Look at yourself in the photo. You look happy. I did look happy. All smiles, feeding a creature that shouldn't exist. By the 7th day, I broke down. Okay, I said. Okay, you were right. I was wrong. The dinosaurs survived. They evolved. Present Scales was real. Dr. Reeves smiled. Very good, Connor. That's real progress. How are you feeling? Tired. That's normal. You've been fighting reality for a long time. You're tired, but now you can rest. I was just charged the next day. One more ravioli. My parents came to pick me up. They were relieved. My mom hugged me tightly for a full 5 minutes while my dad signed the discharge papers. We're so proud of you, Mom said. We knew it must have been tough. Yes, I said. It certainly wasn't. We drove home, and I'm back at school next Monday. Everyone was unusually friendly to me. It was a friendly feeling, seemingly normal on the surface, but you knew they were all secretly watching to see if you'd break down again. Mr. Henderson called me aside before class. Connor, it's good to see you back. Do you feel ready to continue your studies? Yes, sir. Good. This week we'll finish the Scales administration and then move to the Reagan era. If you need any help keeping up, just let me know. So the Scales era was basically Carter? The Carter era? I sat down. Jessica gave me a sympathetic smile. Brad nodded at me as if we were on good terms. Mr. Henderson began his lecture. As we discussed, President Scales' economic policies, though controversial, were ultimately successful. The Jurassic Jobs program got millions of Americans, including humans and dinosaurs, back to work after the recession. I took notes, highlighting key points in my textbook. I looked at the photos of President Scales at various state events, his tiny Tyrannosaurus Rex arms shaking hands with foreign dignitaries, his tail carefully positioned so not to knock over the antique furniture of the White House. Oh, God. Ah! I accepted it all. What else could I do? That was 2 weeks ago. Yesterday I visited my grandmother. She lives in a retirement community called Middle Ages Estate, about an hour's drive from me. We were having tea in her living room when she suddenly brought something up that sent a chill down my spine. Have you heard? She asked, dipping a cookie into her tea. The Scales family is considering running again. I froze. What? Well, not President Scales himself. It's his grandson, Scales the Third, who will become the first third-generation politician in the presidential family. How exciting! Grandma? Oh dear. His grandson is quite the figure in the Lizardman Democratic Party. He's rumored to be running in 2028 or 2029. That's 3 or 4 years, yes. Such exciting times. I voted for his grandfather in 1974. In my opinion, he was the best president we've ever had. He truly united the entire country after Vietnam. My hands were trembling. Grandma, can I ask you a question? Do you remember the Vietnam War? I mean, do you really remember? Of course, dear. Those were terrible days. You know, your grandfather was in the army. He was in the 23rd Airborne Division with Pterodon Reconnaissance Unit. Pterodon what? Pterodon? Flying dinosaurs. And they're incredibly useful for aerial reconnaissance. Your grandfather used to tell stories about his pterodon friend, a lovely dimorphodon named Shirley. I put down my teacup, or I'd smash it. Grandma, did dinosaurs participate in the Vietnam War? Yes, some kinds of dinosaurs did, mainly the flying ones. And some smaller velociraptors. There was a lot of controversy at the time about whether deploying dinosaurs in a war zone was ethical. The Dinosaur Rights Alliance staged a lot of protest. I'd like to use your restroom. I locked myself in the bathroom, my hands trembling as I pulled out my phone. I googled Vietnam War dinosaurs. The search results were page after page. Pentagon documents included sections on Operation Thunder Lizard. There were photos, blurry, color photographs from the 60s and 70s of soldiers in helicopters with pterosaurs flying around them. News reports about the controversy, veterans' testimonies of fighting alongside dinosaurs. There was an entire Wikipedia article about the Raptor Red Scare, where Americans feared communist dinosaurs from China might infiltrate the United States. Hell yeah, comrade! I looked at myself in the mirror. I was pale, trembling, and on the verge of a breakdown. By this time, I didn't want to fight anymore. I didn't want to argue. I didn't want to go back to the hospital. So I'm on Reddit now. 2 a.m. I feel like I might have a nervous breakdown. What I want to know is, does anyone remember that dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago? Wow. Man. That was crazy good. One more story. There was one I read a long time ago that I thought was really good, but it never got many upvotes, I don't think. All right. I found it. It's a lot longer than I remember, but okay. Oh. Okay. No. All right. This one is called I am an EMS worker. Last night I saw something strange. Ooh, okay. Just as the title says, I'm an EMS worker. And last night I experienced one of the strangest and downright scariest things I've ever seen. And I can't quite explain what it was. It's been the only thing that's been on my mind since. And I haven't told any of my peers or the higher ups, since they called me a nutcase and would probably make me the number one suspect. For context, I live in Romania. Moved here when I was little. Apparently my parents are from here and decided to move back to their roots. Here in Romania, at least in this local region where I live, there's a special type of EMS worker. One that can get called out independently to calls for things like welfare checks and any non-serious medical situations that a single person can take care of. Due to typically being alone, we're issued with safety equipment in case of things like mental health checks that end up turning sour. A single can of effective mace and a high-powered taser is all that we've got. If an event that prompts this is to occur and gets out of control that we can't handle by ourselves, we're issued radios just like any other emergency service to call in and request backup or police intervention. Alongside that, we are also given our own vehicle, a smaller version of an ambulance, similar to the size of an SUV. The back of the section dedicated to surgical equipment, or medical equipment, and other assorted items that may be needed if a call ends up turning into an emergency. Things like IVs, a stretcher, or even an EKG. They really tried to stuff the essentials into the back of this thing. With that introduction out of the way, this takes us back to last night. I was in the ambulance, parked in the parking lot of a local fast food joint, eating my very, very late dinner and waiting for my shift to end. It had been a pretty lazy night. Not too many calls that would require me to Only calls I had gotten were a call from a distressed mother over her son having an allergic reaction, peanuts, and a mental health check. A detail I didn't really expand on above is that this job kind of serves multiple purposes. While my main job is medical, I can also be called in for things like petty crime or unarmed conflict. And if I need to be, and there's no one else that can reach an emergency in time, more major incidents. Which was exactly the thing that happened when I was sitting in my ambulance when the radio blared to life with the operator on the other side. ES-79, there's a 1066 nearby. The closest patrol is over 2 hours away. Do you copy? The previous mental health check was out in a rural part of town. I'd been just close enough to be able to take it, and had been out here since. I sighed as I picked it up. It was a rare circumstance, but it seemed like I was needed. ES-79 copy. What's the sitch? I spoke into the receiver as I swallowed the last portion of my meal. Dispatch responded with a supposed suspicious figure has been reported by the homeowner and didn't seem too frightened or worried, but the lady on the other end hung up after asking to see if we could send someone over for a check. Could be a wild animal. Can you take it? I felt relieved. I thought it may have been something serious. I let out a breath and responded, yeah, I can take it. What's the address? The drive over there still took well over 15 minutes. The house seemed to almost be in the middle of absolute nowhere. I had to drive down all these different paths just to find the right driveway of the main road. But I finally found it. An old-style cabin at the end of a long gravel path. I rolled up to the outside and got out of the vehicle, grabbing my med bag and slung it over my shoulder just in case, and walked up the path to the front door, my sneakers crunching and rustling the loose rocks beneath me as the forest sounded absolutely still. It was the dead of night, and my nerves went from being laid back to having the hair on the back of my neck stand straight. Walking up the small stone stair was when I saw it. The door was left open. No sign of forced entry, but also seemed like it had forgotten to be closed. Approaching the door, I smelt something. It was really faint, but like metal. Like the way an old piece of silverware tastes. Similar to old coins. I stood there for a moment or two. Oof, okay. Right. God, okay. All right. Let's keep going. I stood there for a moment or two. Everything up to that point had felt normal. But being in the middle of nowhere with a door left ajar in the middle of the night, I could feel my hands shaking. I had to grab my wrist with my hand as I attempted to knock. It was faint, but pushed the door the rest of the way open, looking into the single-story cabin. I realized I hadn't been breathing. It took a moment to calm my nerves and swallowed the lump in my throat as I spoke out. Hello? Anyone home? I got called about a suspicious figure. Looking back, I know my voice certainly wasn't loud enough, but I could hear it bounce off the absolute still of the house. After a few moments that felt like hours of standing in the doorway, waiting for a response, I could feel that my nerves still weren't calm. Something definitely wasn't right. I pulled out the mace on my belt and walked into the cabin. Looking around, everything seemed fine. No disturbances or anything. Like everything had been turned off for the night. To the right was a living room, sofa, and television. While to the left was a small hallway with a door at the end. Starting down the pitch black hall, I could see a door opened at the other end. A void even darker than the hallway permeating from within. As I stood there, it felt like the world was spinning. I could hear the beat of my... I'm guessing it's heart, thumping away. The smell from the front door even more pungent now. Clear enough I could tell what it was. Blood. Oh my god. All right. Let's finish this fucking thing. All right. Remembering to breathe again, I reached my hand down and unholstered my taser and held it out in front of me and shakily walked down the corridor, my sneakers muffled by the carpet beneath them as I approached the door frame. Standing just inside the room, with the smell of iron and blood filling the room like a slaughterhouse, I heard it. Squelching, dripping, and the sounds of squeezing reverberating all throughout the tiny room. It was grotesque. My eyes had been adjusted to the dark and could see the faintest outline of a figure just in front of me. Large and gaunt, crouched over another smaller form. My hand slowly lowered at a near snail's pace to silently reach for my light that was attached to my vest, the can of mace still in hand while the taser was outheld. My thumb gently pushing in the button to suddenly illuminate the room in full. The scene was absolutely horrific. Laid in front of me was what looked to be a man clad head to toe in black. A bald head of pale white skin leaned over what I could only assume to be the once living homeowner, her blood covering the long, gaunt, and clawed fingers of the figure in front of me. Crimson splattered and pooled all around the room. As soon as the light hit the pale-skinned figure, it whipped around immediately. Its face! Skin hung sunken against its skull. Its eyes were like pale orbs, irises yellow, lined with red as though they were bloodshot, and seemed to have an almost animalistic glare to its pupils. My voice hitched as I saw the horrific visage. My finger twitched and pushed down on the button of my mace, but it mattered not. Just as the liquid was expelled from its casing, the creature had swiveled around and lunged at me. It was so fast that I couldn't even process it, like a blur of speed, but it stopped halfway and recoiled backwards for just a moment, almost an annoyance, before swiping its talons through the air, slicing the metal canister in half, and in the same motion, with the same dizzying speed, backhanded me straight into the wall. The impact was so harsh, I surely thought that one of my ribs was broken. The wind completely knocked out of me, laying limp against the wall, trying to catch my breath. The beam of light from my flashlight illuminating the ceiling as I heaved. I surely thought I was going to be the next victim, but as the next excruciating and terror-filled second passed, I regained my breath. Looking around, I saw that whatever was there was gone. Backup had been called almost immediately after. I hadn't reported in that I had reached the cabin and was able to get there in half an hour. I stayed slumped against the wall the entire time. Time seemed to pass in a blur of memories of that thing replayed through my mind. There's an investigation ongoing that won't go anywhere. I told them what I could, that I walked into the house and called out to no answer. And when I entered the room, I saw the gruesome scene inside. I was knocked into the wall. Next moment, whoever was there was gone. I'm told I'm lucky to be in good health, having only sprained a muscle in my chest. The vest that I wore took the brunt of the impact. It was left in pieces from what I heard. I remember as I was helped out of the room when the others arrived, looking back to the wall, Cracks filled it like a sledgehammer had been taken to it. Whatever that thing was, I don't know how it could be that strong and that fast. And it's still out there. Seems like Mr. Romania had an encounter with a vampire. There's only a few comments in here. I think we should read them. Did I read the comments on the last one? Yeah, I think I did. Something about like, as a Tyrannosaurus Rex, or as a T-Rex, I feel offended, or something like that. Sorry for the late reprise, everyone. I've been pretty sore today, and it's my day off. I've been looking online for whatever the hell that thing was. I used to be a medic in the States. You just described another Tuesday dealing with Terry the meth addict and his lover, Big Ben. Terry might have moved. If this wasn't set in Romania, I'd have guessed Florida and meth. Someone else says, geez, sounds like you saw a vampire or a skinwalker. Someone else says, get yourself a silver crucifix and a wooden stake. Seems like you encountered a vampire. Thanks for sharing your story with us. You might want to go old school and get yourself a crucifix. Stay safe. I'll look into it. I don't know if that'll do much from what I know. Thanks for the suggestion, and thanks for having me. Another one says, sounds like Nosferatu to me. Another one says, maybe some kind of Romanian forest predator from the old world. Another commenter suggested a skinwalker, but from what I've searched up, there's not a lot in common. If it is some creature from the old world, I might be in trouble then. Lucky to be alive, that's for sure. So, like, we all agree you saw a skinwalker, right? If it was in the US, I'd agree. This happened in Romania. Definitely Drac out for a midnight snack. Then someone else goes, this might have been OP. Says skin ... walker. I had to look this up, but from what Google tells me, is telling me these two aren't very alike. Whatever I saw, it wore clothes. Old clothes from the look, but the consumption of humans line up. I'm never going to Romania now. And the final comment thread says, no idea what that thing was, but it sounds like you were lucky to make it out of there alive. Hopefully none of your future calls go like this. Stay safe. Nosferatu. Could be. Certainly seems to fit the story. That's actually better than I remember whenever I first read it, but also pretty rough. How long ago was this written? 3 years ago, so like 2021, 2022. It's good. It's interesting that like he's establishing in this fiction that an EMS also can get called the petty crime, which I mean isn't impossible. There's been things out there of people wanting EMS to start taking on different calls, right? So like for like mental health episodes or other things like that, so that they can like de-escalate situations instead of cops who are armed taking it. So it's possible. But maybe the way OP was explaining it wasn't exact. Maybe it was more something similar to the lines of like, you get called to petty crimes in case of injury and other things like that. Like that's what you're supposed to do there. Like, oh, I saw somebody get robbed and they might be hurt. Can you go here and call them? That sort of thing. So it's more like a still like medical service, not like I'm a cop light or something like that. Either way, it's an interesting idea and premise. Especially the whole like operating independently. I wonder if maybe this is like a corporation contract job or something along those lines, right? Not like state backed or state operated. So that's interesting. I definitely think it's a Nosferatu. I mean, if we're talking World of Darkness, that's definitely Nosferatu. Big claws, bald, gaunt, ugly, all this other stuff. Clearly, vampire. I like the detail of Romania. Usually you see a lot of stuff happening more western bound in Europe and not like Eastern Europe. So that's pretty cool. It's funny here how he's in Romania, but he talks to dispatch in English. But he never mentions that he's speaking Romanian. So that's kind of funny. I think the thing that I really like about it is that bit about there's a little bit of like a thorn that I have about this, and it's the fact that it mentions he wore a vest and that it crumpled, but it never established that he's like wearing a plate carrier or anything like that. Which, I mean, maybe he could have been, but like, what else was he wearing that could have like crumpled and shattered? I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe in the fiction it's that he was dazed and it just said that it broke, but in reality it wasn't anything like that. Maybe he has supernatural powers or something like that. And one thing I think is really interesting is the power of this vampire. He says that it moves like with this speed that's like a blur, right? And then he like gets backhanded into a wall so hard it like cracks and breaks the wall, right? And I think that's cool, right? You see how destructive this monster is, just like complete backhand and just boom, right? I think that's really cool. Because if this was like an actual awake vampire who's been around for a while, that's pretty strong. But like, imagine if this is like a freshly awake vampire going out on their first kill, right? To like slate their hunger. I think that's really interesting. Hold on. Actually, was there a sequel to this? I could have sworn that there was something that I remember reading, and it might have been like tied to this. Oh, is this it? Yeah. Oh, wow. There is actually a segment. There's a part 2. Is there a part 3? Doesn't seem like it. I guess there's only 2 parts. I can't check this guy's profile because it's from a deleted user, but that's fine. I'm an EMS worker. Something strange happened last night. Part 2. Part 1. Hey everyone. Or part 1 is like hyperlinked and then it goes into the new one. Hey everyone. I know it's been a few days, but a lot has happened since then. First off, I was spending my time off work literally looking into all the nooks and crannies of the internet to try and figure out more about what that thing was. Literally almost every waking moment I spend looking up local reports, rumors, and the likes, trying to piece it together. Which takes me to the comments I received on my last post. A few of you mentioned something about a skinwalker, in quotations. I had no idea what this was, but apparently it's a popular subject in online circles and comes from Native American culture in the US. And from what I found, a few things line up, but I don't think it was a skinwalker. Some of you also suggested it may be a vampire, and I think that's what this thing was. Every time I think back to that room, the blood staining the walls, the stench of iron in the air, and the horror that was laid before me, something strange stood out. There had been no entrails or viscera aside from the blood in the room. To confirm my suspicion, I contacted the morgue's office and the coroner. I wasn't able to get much due to the ongoing investigation, I assume, but after telling them that I was the EMS called to the house, they told me that indeed the only wounds delivered were slashes against the stomach, seemingly the first strike to knock the woman off guard, and large punctures to the neck nearly tore the whole throat open, which the autopsy revealed was what obviously killed her. She'd bled out from the wound and lost so much blood that her body had barely a pint left. Jesus. And now, with that information on top of what it was wearing, the vampire is nearly all but confirmed. That takes me to a few nights ago, the night I got back to work. I'll admit, I wasn't entirely there that night, especially since the one thing on my mind was that of what had happened the last time I was on call. In truth, I chose to go back because I knew it would be my way to get first-hand information on potential leads. If I can figure out more about what's out there, how it hunts, maybe I can find where it is and kill it. I don't know why, but I feel like I have to. Maybe some sense of righteousness, stupidity, or maybe revenge. Or maybe with the simple knowledge that it's gone, I'll be able to properly sleep at night. After hours of silence and listening into dispatch, I heard something exactly what I was looking for. A report on a break-in homicide, the details which described it as a stabbing. Figuring it wasn't truly a stabbing, I radioed in and told I was en route for additional medical services. After getting there, it was exactly what I expected. Not a stabbing, but another attack. Yet again, someone that was home alone, nearly in the middle of nowhere. To everyone else, it certainly seemed like one, but given that the cause of death was an attack to the neck and all the blood spattered across that's good on you, OP, for using spatter, not splatter, because spatter is what happens to blood. Splatter is what happens to other liquids. Spattered across the room, I knew better. It wasn't until last night that I was able to get to another scene. Apparently, there had been many more attacks than just the one I had been able to get to. This one was different. There were actual witnesses to the attack. 2 roommates, late 20s, staying in a rental house in the woods and had called in after hearing sudden noises in the middle of the night, only to find something killing their friend. I was able to actually talk to one of them, a man. He had light scrapes on his arms from falling when he'd run out of the house, with the other roommates screaming and calling 999. I asked him if he was able to see what it was. He said to me something tall, wearing all black, and its face. God, its face was covered in blood. It had been sprayed with blood. Their eyes were bright red, face slightly sunken in. That was about as much as I could get out of him before needing to move on. But right as I left, someone had come walking up from the path. Someone I'd never seen before, and certainly didn't look like medical, fire, or police, but wore a brown leather jacket, thick fur trailing down the middle of it, like those old school pilot jackets you see in museums. A deep brown leather hat covering their eyes. The only thing I could see was sparse facial hair as their combat boots slapped against the gravel, walking up the path to the house. His stride seemed determined and focused. Everyone there paid no mind to the man as he entered the house, hands tucked deep into his pockets, as though he belonged there. And tomorrow night, I have a plan. After visiting all these places and looking on a map, they all seem to be located near the same area, all within 10 kilometers of each other. The only place I could think this thing was staying was in the thick woods where all of these homes were nearby to. I went to a butcher shop, bought a gallon of pig's blood, and a whole pig. And I even bought a gun. Some sort of cheap revolver, I think. Fires these decently sized bullets. Took me forever to find one out here, but I was able to. I think it was a pawn shop I think it was a pawn shop way out in the country. If I'm caught with this thing, I'll be in big trouble. And for those that were saying to get a crucifix and silver, I don't know if those will really work. Since one in the movies, you have to believe in them for them to. And the only thing I'd imagine silver doing is irritating it. But I will sharpen out a few stakes, just in case. Since that out of all makes the most sense. Since it'd be plunged into its heart, and I'd assume a bullet would work the same way. I'll update when I can, and if I don't, I may not be in the land of the living anymore. Bye for now. And there was no update. Maybe the horror is that this guy fucking died. Dude walking up the path has Van Helsing vibes. Haha. I mean, if Helsing was a young, cool man hunting vamps instead of a crumbly old doctor who never had heard of a vampire until lots of research later. NSNS. Good luck and safe hunting. Yeah, this guy's cooked. This guy's cooked. What did you get? Fucking like Snubnose 38 or 22? Out in Romania from a pawn shop? Yeah, I'm sure you're going to do a lot. Also, pig's blood. And a whole pig to put in the middle of the forest to try and hunt down an intelligent predator. It's not a beast. I don't think it's going to fall for that. That's crazy. That's crazy. But that was pretty good. I enjoyed that. I liked the guy, the guy at the very end, like walking up with like the jacket and everything. I think that's fun. I think that's cool. It is a shame that there is no updates, but I think part of the horror might be that there was no updates, and this guy got fucking cooked. Another victim, another foolhardy man going out there. But I guess I bet you that Van Helsing dude is gonna like sweep shop, right? Something like that. That was very cool. That was very cool. All right, I think the last one I want to do before ending everything is one of my favorites. There is a man or a author on this subreddit known as Mr. Outlaw. Mr. Outlaw does so many fucking good stories. All of his stories are in a connected universe. They are so good. They're action-packed. They're horrifying. And they are just so good. Let's see. Oh my god, I should probably do search and rescue. Oh my god, search and rescue. Fuck it, I'm gonna do both. I'll do both. Okay, I'll do both. Oh wow, this one is actually a lot shorter than I remember. So, have any of you guys ever heard of stairs in the woods? The staircases in the woods, right? About how if you walk up the staircases, something bad will happen, and that they're like creepy and haunted. So, that is made up. It's all fake. A bunch of people believe it's real. But it's because of this subreddit and this story that I'm about to read you that it exists in the first place. This is I'm a search and rescue officer and the Stairs in the Woods saga, and it is crazy good. It is so crazy good. The mustache captain, send me the mustache if you want me to read the mustache. Also, if it's not too long. I'm a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service. I have some stories to tell. I wasn't sure where to post these stories, so I figured I'd share them here. I've been an search and rescue officer for a few years now, and along the way I've seen some things that I think you guys will be interested in. I have a pretty good track record for finding missing people. Oh god. Alright. I have a pretty good track record for finding missing people. Most of the time, they just wander off the path and slip down a small cliff, and they can't find their way back. The majority of them have heard the old stay where you are thing, and they don't wander far. But I've had 2 cases where that didn't happen. Both bother me a lot, and I use them as motivation to search even harder on the missing persons cases I get called on. The first was a little boy who was out berry picking with his parents. He and his sister were together, and both of them went missing around the same time. Their parents lost sight of them for a few seconds, and in that time both kids apparently wandered off. When their parents couldn't find them, they called us, and we came out to search the area. We found the daughter pretty quickly, and when we asked her where her brother was, she told us that he'd been taken away by the Bear Man. She said he had gave her berries and told her to stay quiet, and that he wanted to play with her brother for a while. That was last she saw of her brother. He was riding on the shoulders of the Bear Man and seemed calm. Of course, our first thought was abduction, but we never found a trace of another human being in that area. The little girl was also insistent that he wasn't a normal man, but that he was a tall, covered in hair like a bear, and that he had a weird face. We searched the area for weeks. It was one of the longest calls I've ever been on, but we never found a single trace of that kid. The other was a young woman who was out hiking with her mom and grandpa. According to the mother, her daughter had climbed up a tree to get a better view of the forest, and she never came back down. They waited at the base of the tree for hours, calling her name, before they called for help. Again, we searched everywhere, and we never found a trace of her. I have no idea where she could possibly have gone. Because neither her mother or grandpa saw her come down. 2. A few times I've been out on my own searching with a canine, and they've tried to lead me straight up cliffs. Not hills, not even rock faces. Straight, sheer cliffs with no possible handholds. It's always baffling. And in those cases, we usually find the person on the other side of the cliff, or miles away from where the canine had led us. I'm sure there's an explanation, but it's sort of strange. 3. One particularly sad case involved the recovery of a body. A 9-year-old girl fell down an embankment and got impaled on a dead tree at the base. It was a complete freak accident, but I'll never forget the sound of her mother made when we told her what happened. She saw the body bag being loaded into the ambulance, and she let out the most haunting, heartbreaking wail I've ever heard. It was like her whole life was crashing down around her, and a part of her had died with her daughter. I heard from another search and rescue officer that she killed herself a few weeks after it happened. She couldn't live with the loss of her daughter. 4. I was teamed up with another search and rescue officer because we'd received reports of a bear in the area. We were looking for a guy who hadn't come home from a climbing trip when he was supposed to, and we ended up having to do some serious climbing to get to where we figured he'd be. We found him trapped in a small crevice with a broken leg. It was not pleasant. He'd been there for almost 2 days, and his leg was very obviously infected. We were able to get him into a chopper, and I heard from one of the EMTs that the guy was absolutely inconsolable. He kept talking about how he'd been doing fine, and when he'd gotten to the top, a man had been there. He said the man had no climbing equipment, and he was wearing a parka and ski pants. He walked up to the guy, and when the guy turned around, he said he had no face. It was just blank. He freaked out, and ended up trying to get off the mountain too fast, which is why he'd fallen. He said he could hear the guy all night, climbing down the mountain and letting out these horrible muffled screams. That story bothered the hell out of me. I'm glad I wasn't there to hear it. That reminds me of the like Arctic one. Is it an SCP or was it also like a creepypasta where there was this guy up in the Himalayas or like Andes or Mount Everest, right? And like climbing it and trying to summit it, and like there's this guy in a ski outfit, right? He has a huge parka on, he has a ski mask, he's got goggles on, and his eyes are on fire. And whenever the guy looks into his eyes, all he sees is death. And like when you look into his eyes, some like weird fucking shit happens to you. And then you end up at the base of the mountain for some weird reason. Like you end up in a scenario that you don't know how you got into. Like your mind was wiped or something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of the scariest things I've ever had happen to me involved the search for a young woman who'd gotten separated from her hiking group. We were out until late at night because the dogs had picked up her scent. When we found her, she was curled up under a large rotted log. She was missing her shoes and pack, and she was clearly in shock. She didn't have any injuries, and we were able to get her to walk with us back to base ops. Along the way, she kept looking behind us and asking us why that big man with black eyes was following us. We couldn't see anyone, so we just wrote it off as some weird symptom of shock. But the closer we got to base, the more agitated this woman got. She kept asking me to tell him to stop making faces at her. At one point, she stopped and turned around and started yelling into the forest, saying that she wanted him to leave her alone. She wasn't going to go with him. She said she wouldn't give us up to him. We finally got her to keep moving, but we started hearing these weird noises coming from all around us. It was almost like coughing, but more rhythmic and deeper. It was almost insect-like. I don't really know how else to describe it. When we were within sight of base ops, the woman turns to me, and her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine a human could open them. She touches my shoulder and says, "He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at that scar on your neck." I have a scar. I have a small scar on the base of my neck, but it's mostly hidden under my collar. And I have no idea how this woman saw it. Right after she says it, I hear that weird coughing right in my ear, and I just about jumped out of my skin. I rustled her to ops, trying not to show how freaked out I was. But I have to say, I was really happy when we left the area that night. Damn. Alright. 6. This is the last one I'll tell, and it's probably the weirdest story I have. Now, I don't know if this is true in every search and rescue unit, but in mine, it's an unspoken regular thing we run into. We can try and ask about it with other search and rescue officers, but even if they know what you're talking about, they probably won't say anything about it. We've been told not to talk about it by our superiors, and at this point, we've all gotten so used to it, it doesn't seem weird anymore. On just about every case where we're really far into the wilderness, I'm talking 30 or 40 miles, at some point, we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me not to worry about it, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go check them out, but I was told, very emphatically, that I should never go near any of them. I just sort of ignore them now when I run into them, because it happens so frequently. I have a lot more stories, and I suppose if anyone's interested, I'll tell some of them tomorrow. If anyone has theories about the stairs, or if you've seen them too, let me know. Cinema. I love the series. It was one of the first series I ever listened to when I was younger. I think I was in middle school whenever Mr. Creepypasta first released his narration of this. And I actually think the first narration I listened to of this story was from Corpse Husband, whenever he originally did creepypasta narrations, and this was one of them. This was one of, if not his most popular series that he did. And for those of you who don't know, I live in the Midwest, and I'm in a very specific part of the Midwest to where I can go into an area that is known around the South and around the Midwest, known as the Ozarks. And the Ozarks are a massive, lush, beautiful stretch of land that is, for the most part, untouched, but it is thick woods. Many people assume and think of the Ozarks kind of like the Appalachia of the Midwest, of Missouri, Kansas, and I think into Oklahoma, and then into, is it Ohio or Nebraska, and some of the other areas like right around here where you have like Kansas, then Missouri, then like Colorado, then you have Oklahoma, and then right over like right here is like Texas and all this other stuff, right? There's this very big area right around here where it's this like this forest, this massive, massive fucking thick forest, and you got huge lakes out there that flood constantly, and just intense wildlife. Rivers and stuff. It is beautiful, but it is also like very dangerous because there's still wildlife out there. Most people that live out there are out in cabins or in small like crannies of or hollers, right? Kind of like in Appalachia, very very small places. And I have seen stairs in the woods. I have. They're just stairs, because these were where stairs back in the day, whenever how you planted stairs was they were a part of the foundation, and then they rose up around everything else up into the next floor, as opposed to being like set on top of it, right? And that's why it's one of the other things that you see is fireplaces. You will always see like fireplaces and other things out there just kind of sitting in the middle of the woods. Some of them are fucking massive. Some of them are really tiny. Some of them are, average size. And then you can also see stairs as well. Sometimes they're stone steps. Sometimes they're almost like a floor worth of stairs, kind of like stones just like kind of stacked, and it's just like a simple sheer thing that kind of like cuts off. And I've never seen any really weird ones out there, but I've seen stairs in the woods, and yeah, let me tell you, they are creepy to see, but not as creepy as doors. I've seen doors in the middle of the woods, and holy shit, doors in the middle of the woods is some of the creepiest shit you can see. Like, I have my family has one out in the back of the property that is in the Ozarks, and apparently during a really bad storm, an old barn or an old shack got knocked down, and with it was this door. And what we think happened was this door went flying and landed in the forest behind the house, and it landed in such a good position that it was literally just like standing up straight. So when you walk through the forest down this trail, eventually you'll come across this door that's just right there. Nothing else around it. And it's one of those things where if you're superstitious, you're like, if I cross through that barrier, it's Fey wilds, it's Fey like Fey area. It's the dreaming from World of Darkness. It's where I'm going straight into like the fairylands and other shit like that, right? That's what you'd imagine. Like some bad shit's going to happen when you pass through that threshold. But now it's even in a more weirder place because there's these two trees that are like really thin, and it almost looks like a door frame, and one of my family members put the door up there up against it, so now it looks like there's a door frame in the middle of the woods, and it is the creepiest fucking thing ever, but it's awesome. It is so fucking cool. I love it. It is this old ass fucking door, and I'm not talking like door like you see in your house, right, where it's like a solid core door. This is a plank door. This is a door that somebody took a bunch of planks out of and then put like like an iron ring handle on to like open and close it. That's what this door is. It is the creepiest fucking thing ever, and it's sitting there in the middle of a forest. Right when you walk down a path, you will see it. Like, here's path, here's door, right there. It's so funny. Oh my god, it's so cool. All right. Before I read this final story, I think Possum sent me something. What is this? Possum, I'm unable to open link. Fuck it, I'm just gonna look it up. Oh, also, this is a novella. I'm not going to read an entire novella on stream. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but this is interesting. Also, so what Paulson was talking about, according to this little synopsis, The Mustache is a 1986 novella by French author Emmanuel Carré about a man who shaves off his long worn mustache only for his wife and friends to deny he ever had one, leading him into a psychological spiral as he questions his sanity and reality. So yeah, that ties directly back into the dinosaur story I reread. That's good on you. Good on you, Possum. That's very topical. The story blends absurdist comedy and philosophical horror, exploring themes of identity, illusion, and the fragility of the self as the protagonist's world unravels, with his family denying the existence of people he knows and even his father. It's often published in English alongside another early novella, Clash Trip, and was adapted into a film by Carre himself. What's Clash Trip? Clash Trip books. During a school ski trip, Nicholas investigates a local child's disappearance, fueled by his father's warnings about organ thieves, leading to a sinister. Clash Trip, French La Classe de Neige, is a 1995 novel by the French writer Emmanuel Carré. It takes place during a school ski trip where a 10-year-old boy has feverish anxiety about the organ thieves his father warned him about. It was published in English in 1997. The book was awarded the Prix Femina. It was adapted into the film Clash Trip, which won jury prize at the 1980 Cannes Film Festival. Interesting. All right. Back to Reddit. Me opening porn again for the 5th time tonight. All right. Oh, actually, let's read through some comments here. Comment. Just a suggestion. Quit. There's a weird concrete staircase in the woods about 30 minutes from my house. I usually walk there with my dogs, but that staircase scared the shit out of me. We don't go there anymore. We go to the woods closer to home. Meat Canyon and Windigoon brought me here. Looking forward to reading the rest. Same. I love the part where they were trying to make the insect like humming. Like that. I imagine that's what it sounds like. I'm gonna be a little bit of a hater. I don't think Meat Canyon and Windigoon do these stories justice because a lot of times they're more like funny, right? But some of these stories are so fucking solid that I think that you need to handle them with a series that is kind of attached to them, especially because they're from No Sleep. So, in my old house, we used to have a huge yard that would go around the side of the house. Now, for the most part of the yard, is just plain grass that we used to play soccer. And eventually my dad built a pool in the middle. If you walked farther back, eventually you'd reach this part that had a downwards ramp in between a wall of stones, and that led to some more abandoned parts of the house. I think the old owner used it as a plantation because it did look like a small farm was there. Anyways, that back part was at a lower level than the yard, and around it was a cobblestone wall that didn't close it. It went only up to the same level as the yard. One day, my dad decides to make use of the land, and he gets a construction team to build a gym there. Now, my home city is full of abandoned buildings, and that house was full of secret compartments and places I was too scared to go as a kid. Eventually, the construction dig around the house, and I Eventually, the construction dig around the area, and I see they dug a perfectly cut concrete stair. At first, they only saw 3 steps. Then they dug a couple meters down, and I saw that it went pretty deep. One thing, though, is that the place of the stair made no sense whatsoever. it led right into the middle of the cobblestone wall and almost inside it. Like whoever built the cobblestone wall completely ignored the staircase and built the wall over and through the stair. Eventually, they just buried it again and never found out what that staircase was. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it could have just been one of those things where it's just like, shit, maybe it was just like a stone wall that somebody used back in the day, and over time sediment just kind of moved and buried it, or maybe just some random weird shit. People, you know what? What it was? It was the guy was playing Fortnite, and the guy made a stone wall, so he made a stone staircase, and fucking double pumped him. So clearly, that's ancestral skill issue. I would go hunting in the Catskills and deep in the woods. I would occasionally find all kinds of foundations, wells, rock walls in Nowheresville, literally miles from the nearest road, and there would be a rock property line extending to a cliff coming from who knows where. If you watch Andrew Camarda on YouTube, he is always coming across some abandoned mill and remains of a downed plane. Yeah, it's all related. Pepito Bismalo. Hello. I don't know what that means. I was in the Boy Scouts, and we had this summer camp we went to every year, and there was a legend about the troop scoutmaster from the 60s getting lost and never coming back, and no one ever finding him. One year, my troop was doing a orienting class, or orienteering challenge at the summer camp. Fuck. It was just us scouts. There were 8 of us, the oldest being 17. I was the youngest at 12. We were having problems deciphering some instructions at the 17-year-old who was an Eagle Scout was confused. This random adult walks out of the woods in old-style scout uniform and really friendly, just like you would expect. Helps us out and sends us in the right direction. I remember looking back while we were walking away and he was gone. I even tapped my best friend in the troop and said something about it. We just figured he had gone back into the deeper part of the wood where maybe he had a chair or something. All of us scouts thought he was stationed there to help the course. We finished it up and got back to our base camp, and our camp counselor said how it was it. The older scouts started talking about the one tricky spot and how we got help from the adult that was stationed there. The counselor was so confused. Apparently, no one was stationed along the course, and he didn't know anyone that fit our description, especially when we talked about how he was in the old style uniform. Yeah, we were freaked out. Only thing we could really think of was that legend. I never went anywhere around that camp without a buddy, especially after that. All right, now on to the Mr. Outlaw story. Let me see if I can find it on here. I'm sure I can find it on here somewhere. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, dude. Oh, fuck. This one's also good. Holy shit. Oh, God, I think I have to read this one because this was also one of my favorites. Fuck. Yeah, Mr. Incredible, I got time. Has anyone heard of the left-right game? This is not my Mr. Outlaw, but this is one of my favorite creepypastas ever. It is so fucking good. It is amazing. A few points before we start. Firstly, I am not the protagonist of this story. I just went to university with her. And though she went on to become a professional writer, I most certainly did not. She'll be taking over from me further down, but until then, please forgive my slightly awkward delivery while I give you guys the necessary context. Secondly, I don't know what you will make of the following events. I'm pretty sure many of you might consider it some sort of hoax. I wasn't present for any of what transpired in Phoenix, Arizona, but I can vouch for the person who wrote the following logs. She is not, and has never been, a fantasist. Okay, so I once knew a girl named Alice Sharma. She was an undergrad at Edinburgh University, the same time I was. My educational poison was history, a degree which has greatly benefited my career as a bicycle repairman. Alice Sharma studied journalism, though perhaps studied isn't the word. It's not an exaggeration to say that she lived and breathed the subject. Editor-in-chief of the campus paper, recognizable voice of the student radio, she was frustratingly tunnel-visioned, and she was a journalist in her own right before anyone gave her a professional shot. We met in student halls and became friends almost immediately. A meandering waster trying to stay off his parents' farm and an intrepid, ambitious reporter may not seem the most obvious pairing. But I learned not to question it. She was inspiring and smart, and she proofread all my essays. I'm not too sure what she saw in me. We were eventually flatmates down in London, where she chased her dreams and I chased my tail. She got a few jobs here and there, and nothing befitting of her skills. After months of fruitless internships and rejections, Alice called a flat meeting, telling us she was, God damn, my nose is itchy. Telling us she was moving to America, accepting a position chasing stories for National Public Radio. The job had come out of the blue, the result of a Hail Mary application she thought had been dismissed out of hand. We threw her a bittersweet going-away party and put the room up for rent. That party was the last time I saw Alice Sharma. She dropped out of contact a few months after her departure. Complete radio silence. I assumed she was just busy, so I carried on with my small but happy life, and waited for her to pop up on television with some important words below her name. Chief correspondent, senior analyst, something like that. The radio silence was broken last week, and, for reasons you'll glean further down, I'm less happy about it than I would have thought. Arriving home from work, I found a lone email in my otherwise bare inbox. An email that would later be described as suspicious by my tech-literate friends. Despite being born in the early 1990s, I didn't own a computer until uni, and I've missed several important lessons in the world of cyberspace. Lessons like don't call it cyberspace, of course, and more importantly, don't open emails with no text, no subject, and no sender's address. Opening the email itself doesn't matter, just don't click the links inside of it, dumb fuck. I realize most of you would have deleted this anonymous blank email immediately. My friends certainly would have. But beyond my basic ignorance about online safety, something further compelled me to open it. The only thing of substance in the entire message was a zipped folder labeled left.right.as. I don't have to explain what I was hoping those final initials stood for. Opening the zipped folder, I found myself staring at a stack of text files, each one titled with a date, continuing sequentially from the very earliest file, 07/02/2017. To any Americans in the room, that's the 7th of February. I've since read the files a few times, shown them to some friends. They don't know what to make of it either, but they certainly aren't concerned as me. They think Alice is just a creative writing phase, and if I didn't know her, I'd have to agree. But the thing is, I do know her. Alice Sharma only cares about the truth. And if that's the case with these files, insane as it may sound, then it's very possible my friend has documented her own disappearance. The people who suggested this form said you discuss strange occurrences, etc. If you guys come across anything to do with the below, or know any of the people involved, please send any information my way. Has anyone heard of the left right game? Part 1. The left right game, Draft 1, 07 02 2017. They say great stories happen to those who can tell them. Robert J. Guthard is an exception to that rule. As I sit at his table, sip his coffee, and listen to him recount the past 65 years, it sounds like he's reading off a shopping list. Every event, his first job, his second wedding, his third divorce, none of them receive more than 1 or 2 sentences. Rob plows through the years, the curt, dispassionate curator of his own personal history. Yet the story itself is so fascinating, so rich with moments, and so widely meandering that it somehow stands on its own merit. It's a great story, no matter how you tell it. By the time Rob was 21, he'd got married, had a son, worked as a farmer, a mover, a boat engineer, and grown estranged from his spouse. Here's him talking about that. Rob: of course, my wife started to get dissatisfied. I was away a while. For what? For work? Rob: Vietnam. I'll just use different voices for this. You were in Vietnam? How was that for you? Ain't never been back since. That was everything he had to say concerning his first divorce and the entire Vietnam War. Rob had 4 marriages after that, and even more professions. After the war, he worked with a firm of private detectives, got shot at once by the mob, then he became a courier, which is how a poor boy from Alabama got to see the world. I've been to most of the continents with that job. I've been to India. You from India? My mom and dad are from India, yeah. See, I could tell. He'd been arrested once in Singapore after one of his packages had been found full of white powder. He spent 3 days locked up before someone got around to checking the substance. It was chalk. A friend he made during his brief custody, Hiroji Sato, invited Rob to stay with him in Japan. Just getting over the breakup of his third marriage, Rob took the offer. He stayed in Japan for another 5 years. The Japanese are good people, good manners, but they got all these urban legends and ghost stories that Hiroji was crazy for. Spent all his free time chasing them down. Like, you heard of Jorogumo? I don't think so. Well, she's the spider lady that lives in Joro Falls around Izu. Meant to be pretty, but real dangerous. Hiroji took us there to get a picture of her. Did you ever meet Jorogumo? Nah, she didn't show. None of them did. I didn't believe it at all until we met. Until he went to Aokigahara. Aokigahara, affectionately titled the Suicide Forest. The next stop on Rob's adventures. It's an area of woodland at the base of Mount Fuji, a notorious hotspot for young people looking to take their own lives. Hiroji, Rob's ghost-obsessed jailmate turned best friend, took him to Aokigahara to chase Yurei, the ghost of the forest. Did you find anything in Aokigahara? Well, I ain't gonna ask you to believe me, but I was a PI, professional cynic. Even I can't deny there was a spirit in those woods. From that moment on, Rob's sentences started getting longer. A childlike excitement creeps into his voice. I get the distinct feeling we're moving beyond background, beyond Rob Guthard's old life, and towards his new one. The one he wants to talk about. The one that led him to contact the show. It walked up to me through the trees. Looked like static you see on a TV screen, but it had a human shape almost. Almost. It was missing an arm. It reached out to me, but I bolted out of that force so fast, Hiroji never saw it. Holds against me to this day. Hiroji had good reason to be annoyed. Rob says that Mr. Sato had been going to the forest 2 to 3 times per year for 3 decades. To have a rookie come along and claim to have seen a Yurei on his first trip, I'd be more than a little cranky. But Rob didn't stay a rookie for long. In fact, it was in those woods that he discovered his current passion, the supernatural, or more accurately, the documentation and investigation of urban legends. Legends like Bloody Mary, the Jersey Devil, Sasquatch. Rob has looked into them all. I figured it was true. I figured if one was true, then who knows how many others could be. How many have you proven so far? Since Aokigahara? Ain't none of them had any proof to him, except for one. That's why I called you guys up. At this point, Rob can't help to repress his smile. The left-right game appeared on a paranormal message board in June 2016. Only a few people frequently visited the forum, and of these regulars, only Rob took interest in the post. The whole thing had a level of detail you didn't see in other stories. What details grabbed your interest? Logs, high-quality pictures. The guy documented everything. Said he wasn't going to play the game anymore. I think he wanted somebody to keep investigating. And you were that somebody. That's right. I said about trying to verify his information right away. And how did it go? Well, it didn't take long to realize the left-right game is a real thing. The rules of the left-right game are simple. Get into your car and take a drive. Take a left, then the next possible road on the right, then the next possible left. Repeat the process ad infinitum until you wind up somewhere. One second. Somebody DM'd me. I gotta go scream at them. Get your dumbass out. Actually, no, what? Don't leave. Stay here. I know you're in here. I know you're in here, dog. Don't stay in here. Shh. I'm reading horror stories. I'll look at your TikToks in a second. Wash my hair. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I sweat like a fucking pig. All right. I washed my hair 2 days ago, and I need to take a shower tonight anyway. God damn, fucking getting on my ass about everything. The rules of the left-right game are simple. Get in your car and take a drive. Take a left, then the next possible road on the right, then the next possible left. Repeat the process ad infinitum until you wind up somewhere new. The rules are easy to understand, but Rob says they're not so easy to follow. There ain't all that many roads where you can turn left and right and keep going. Most of the time, you find yourself at a dead end or need turning around in the wrong direction. Phoenix is built on a grid system, so you can keep going left and right as long as you need to. Did you move to Phoenix for the left-right game? That's right. I tried not to seem incredulous. Selling your house in another state, packing up and moving your whole life to Phoenix, Arizona, just to play a game you saw on the internet? It seems like insanity. Rob smiles as he reads my expression. I can clearly read his expression too. You'll see, it says. Just wait. I wouldn't have to wait long. Included within the 9-page submission Rob sent over to the show was a long list of suggested items the chosen reporter should bring with them. Clothes for 3 days, a pocket knife, matches, bandages. There are also a set of qualifications the reporter should have. The ability to drive, basic vehicle maintenance, and its human equivalent, first aid training. He didn't just want to talk about the left-right game. He wanted to take one of us along. Rob leaves a short while later to embark on a few errands. Prepping the run, as he calls it. He shows me to the guest room as we part ways, on good terms, but very much aware of the other's poorly veiled opinions. He knew I saw him as a charming obsessive chasing after a fairy tale. He saw me as a naive cynic on the cusp of a new world. All I could think as I heard the front door close is that by tomorrow afternoon, one of us would be right. More after this. When I wake up the next morning, Rob is in his room, holding a tray which he'd knocked up on the bottom to rouse me. I don't manage to record the start of the conversation. I got bananas, strawberry, chocolate syrup. We got some more downstairs, but I wanted you to wake up to something good. We won't be eating this stuff on the road. Rob has made me waffles. He sets them on the nightstand and talks through the coming day as I eat. I'll admit, it feels a little uncomfortable, waking up in a stranger's home to find said stranger already standing over me, but I quickly move past it. I tell myself he's an older man, accustomed to living alone and his own house, not usually having to think about boundaries. Anyway, he certainly knows his way around a waffle iron. We hit the road at 9. I want to give you time to get ready before everyone shows up. There are other people coming. We got a 5-car convoy on the road today. They'll be here in an hour. This is the first I've heard of a convoy. And to be honest, I'm surprised. The game is Rob's obsession, and I'm here at his request. The idea that anyone else would have an interest in today's drive is a little perplexing. Half an hour later, sated, showered, and dressed in the functional clothing Rob had so painstakingly outlined, I take my pack out to the porch. Rob's already there, waiting for his associates to show up. As I thought you'd be conducting a few more errands. If you ain't prepared by morning, you ain't prepared. Huh. I guess that's fair. Oh, Rob, is the garage locked? The inside door won't budge. I wanted to mic up the car. Yeah, it's locked up. I'll open it for you. Thank you. In fact, it's about time I wheeled her out. Fair warning, Miss Sharma. She's a thing of beauty. To Rob Guthard, beauty took the form of a dark green Jeep Wrangler. Rob climbs in and gets it rolling out of the garage, where it dominates every inch of the driveway. The car is large, 4 doors with a roof enclosing the entire compartment. It's also been modified extensively. Yet another example of Rob's dedication to the game. What are you thinking? I think you're 2 caterpillar treads short of driving a tank. Heh, yeah, I fixed her up good. I put a winch in, heavy-duty tires. The light rig on top is LEDs. They'll make midnight look like noon, but they don't use hardly any power. Aren't Jeeps open top usually? Not all. This is the unlimited. I like to have a covered car when I head on the road. I climb in and stow my pack. Rob had removed the back seats to afford more storage. The place is packed to the brim. Jerry cans of gasoline, barrels of water, rope, snacks, and his own neatly packed set of clothes. I wonder if the rest of the convoy would take the game so seriously. We got Apollo coming up in 10 minutes. No one else has given me a time. I sent a schedule weeks ago. This always happens. His name's Apollo? That's his call sign. Apollo Creed, I think he said. Why are you using call signs? Did I not tell you? Oh, yeah, we're going to use call signs on the road. Keep communication clear. What's your call sign? Fairman. What's my call sign? I thought about it. I was thinking London. You're from London, right? I'm from Bristol. Bristol? That's fine, I guess. It's less than 10 minutes before Apollo turns the corner. Rob jumps out of his chair and paces briskly over to the edge of his property, as his first guest pulls and steps onto the sidewalk. Apollo vaguely resembles his namesake. Dark-skinned, tall, noticeably well-built, though it's clear he couldn't be less of a fighter. This Apollo Creed is all smiles and seems to have a penchant for laughing at his own jokes. How far have you come? I come from Chicago. Took about 3 days of hard driving. And you know Rob from the forums? Everybody knows Rob. Rob's the god. Rob walks over to Apollo's car, gesturing him over to talk shop. Rob's clearly impressed with Apollo's choice of vehicle, a blue Range Rover packed to the ceiling with kit. I was more impressed with Rob himself. Somehow, the 65-year-old farmer's son had become respected in a vast online community. My dad is Rob's age, and he's just discovered copy paste. The rest don't take long to arrive. Two Minnesota librarians, also around Rob's age, pull up in a gray Ford Focus. They're brother and sister. They've shared ghost hunting as a hobby their entire lives. I find it hard to suppress a smile when they meekly introduce themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. We could have gotten here sooner, but we had to drop by to get some blankets. Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Pleasure to meet you, too. Would you be the journalist? That's right. You used to write the town paper, didn't you? He's talking to his sister there. She nods. Clyde is clearly the spokesperson for the pair, yet they both seem incredibly shy. Whether they admire the famous outlaws or just the name, it's pretty clear they couldn't be more different from the real thing. Next to show up are Lilith and Eve, English Lit students at the New York University and proprietors of the YouTube channel Paranormicon. Unlike Bonnie and Clyde, Lilith and Eve have no issue holding a conversation. As soon as they learn who I am and what I do for a living, they attempt to conscript me for an expedition to Roswell. We have friends there. He's seen some. He's a seismologist. Yeah, he's been recording readings over the years that show subterranean movement, predictable movement. We're going to see him in July, but we could work with it around you if you're free. I'll have to check my schedule. Okay, cool. Just give me your email. They quickly hurry off to film an intro for their latest video, featuring a quick interview with Rob, who seems pretty welcoming to the attention. Of the last two cars, within a few seconds of each other, a lithe, strong-willed older lady who goes by Blue Jay and a younger man going by the call sign Ace. Blue Jay has arrived in a gray Ford Explorer. Ace, much to Rob's annoyance, has arrived in a Porsche. Did you think that's going to help on the road? I didn't write that. It's my car. What am I meant to do? It's my car. You didn't read my itinerary. You got nothing packed in there. I did read it, okay, sir? Okay? Calm down. I have a bag. I won't ask you for anything. Well, I know that's true. Ace and Rob were off to a bad start. Ace takes a phone call, and despite my best efforts to get an interview with Blue Jay, she doesn't seem interested in talking to a journalist. With 5 cars and 7 travelers waiting for a green light, Rob hands out radios and charging packs, then launches into a quick safety briefing. Wear seatbelts, stay in position, communicate clearly and often. It's at this moment I start to feel a little dismay. I like Rob. He's clearly so does everyone else. He had convinced all of them to drive across the country to join in with this game. I start to worry what will happen in the likely event that the whole thing isn't real. Would Rob lose the respect of his peers? Would he accept failure and then when it comes? After seeing the effort he puts into these runs, the next few hours had the potential to be wildly uncomfortable. With a smile and a few encouraging words, Rob ends his briefing and beckons me over to the Wrangler. I clamber inside and make myself as comfortable as possible. You ready for this, Bristol? I'm ready. Okay, let's hit the road. The Wrangler pulls out of the driveway and the convoy follows in order of arrival. Apollo, Bonnie and Clyde, Lilith and Eve, Blue Jay and Ace. Keep a steady pace behind us as we come up to the first corner. Rob slowly and deliberately turns left, checking on the others in his rearview mirror. He looks back at the road as Ace's Porsche completes the first turn of the game. Shortly afterward, Apollo checks in on the CB radio. This is Apollo the ferryman. How many more to go to Rob? Ha, as many as it takes. I could tell Rob wanted to reserve the radio for something other than Apollo's quips. But he seems to like Apollo enough to let it slide. I'm not sure Ace would have received the same treatment. We take the next right, then another left. Now safely assured that everyone's following correctly, Rob speaks my thoughts aloud. You're on the same thing Apollo is. What do you mean? You're wondering how many turns we're going to take before we hit some wall or something. Before you find out that this is all just a story. Does that disappoint you? I'd be disappointed if you weren't thinking about something like that. Now we're on the road. I gotta say something and you gotta listen to it. Okay. We're coming up to a tunnel. Anytime before we reach it, you can get out. Walk in any direction you like. You won't be in the game anymore. Once we go through, you gotta retrace the route we took to get yourself back out of that tunnel. That's when you're home. And you gotta convince someone to take you. And you gotta convince someone to take you back in the car, cause I ain't faring you back 20 minutes in. You got till the tunnel to skip on this. Understand? I understand. Though, I have to say, I'm getting a little nervous. Ain't nothing wrong with a little nervous. We've taken 23 turns by this point. Already, I feel like we're traveling the city pretty effectively. Rob's heavily modified Wrangler solicits a few impressed glances from passers-by, as well as several honks of respect from other Jeep drivers. Other than those few moments, everything seems completely indistinguishable from a regular morning drive. I even start to worry if there'll be anything at all to the story. Reporter takes drive with interesting man is exactly Pulitzer-worthy. Turn 33 leads us onto a straight, unassuming street. A row of small businesses in a quiet Phoenician neighborhood. Liquor, secondhand clothing, tools, and, at the end of the street, a little shop selling antique mirrors. 10 or so people shuffling along the sidewalk, smiling, talking, planning their weekends. The only lone person is a young woman in a gray coat. I briefly glimpse her at the end of the street, standing on our next corner. The back of her coat reflected in 50 old mirrors. Even from a distance, I can see that she's sullen, wide-eyed, and nervous. She shifts constantly on her feet, tugging at the button of her coat. I look away to write some notes as we roll down the street. When I look up again, the woman is standing by my window, staring right at me. She's smiling, wide, unflattering grin that seems almost offensive in its complete insincerity. Lambs at the gate, hoping for something better than clover when all they find are things worse than slaughter. Rob, what's happening? Ignore her. He wanted to leave me, so I cut him out. The lake was hungry. It drank the wound clean. Miss, are you all right? The smile vanishes. It snaps from her face, and suddenly the woman is furious. What do you think you're doing? Have you gone mad? I reflexively press myself back against my chair as the woman, wild-eyed and gaunt, slams her fist against the window with every intent of breaking through. Would you dance down the lion's tongue? Would you... It will shred you, you whore. It will shred you down to your sins, you fucking bastard. Rob puts his foot down and the Wrangler rolls defiantly away from the woman. As we turn the corner, I watch her as she retches, and her every movement cradled in abject hysteria. She yells desperately at the rest of the convoy, bursting into tears when the last car passes her by. As she shrieks into the rearview mirror, I see her turn to a large mirror on the side of the shop, with the owner is in the process of polishing. I watch as she walks up to it, and with a convulsant scream, slams her head into the glass. The mirror cracks around her forehead. The owner jumps back in shock, and as the woman pulls her head from the mirror's surface, the fractured spider web is dripping red. It all happens in a split second, and she quickly swerves from my view as we take the next left. What was that? She's there sometimes. On that street? On the 34th turn. Who is she? I don't know. She's never acted out that much before, though. Must be a special trip. I find Rob's lack of concern a little unpleasant, and his implication that this woman's ravings were the symptom of an internet game leaves me more than a little perturbed. As I see it, there were a few explanations for what happened, and none of them lead to a comforting conclusion. If we had encountered a bona fide crazy person, then one could argue that Rob is just seeing what he wants to see. Maybe he bought into the game's story so much that every strange but explainable occurrence could be rationalized as the next step in his favorite paranormal narrative. Alternatively, the woman could have been an actor. A more elaborate theory, sure, but not unheard of. People have lied to the show before, and Rob was receiving a ton of publicity for this attempt from Lilith, Eve, and I. I admit, Rob didn't seem like a liar, but good liars never do. There is a third alternative, however, an alternative which, if you put logic aside, explains all the trouble. Explains the all troubling little details that I couldn't help but notice. Because as the strange gray woman was, isn't it stranger that no one on the street would react? I couldn't recall a single glance in her direction by anybody on the sidewalk. Perhaps that theory falls apart when you consider the shock on the mirror seller's face. But when I think about it, he only reacted once the mirror shattered. And even then, I feel like his attention was on the mirror itself. The radio crackles.
Lilith to Bristol. Sarah, Eve, got that on camera? Do you have audio?
I think it picked her up.
My God, that was so weird. Can you send us the file when we stop? Can you ask Fairman when we're stopping?
When's our stopping point?
For them, 30 minutes. In about 30 minutes. For you? Well, you tell me.
Rob turns off a busy street just down a large intersection onto a much crowded stretch of a 2-lane road. Ahead of us, the road slopes downward, leading into an underpass, which disappears into darkness. We'd arrived at the tunnel.
What is this supposed to pass under? Ain't supposed to pass under anything. It's just there.
And if we weren't playing the game?
Then it won't show. Question is, are we playing the game or not?
Rob turns to me, and it's the first time he's taken his eyes off the road since we started. He pulls the car to a slow stop at the mouth of the tunnel.
You get out now, you can go wherever you want to go. But through there, you'll need a car to get yourself home. And like I said, mine ain't turning around for a long while. You understand?
It's a dramatic statement, but unsettling. It doesn't feel like he's attempting to dramatize. It feels like I'm having something genuinely asked of me. Am I ready for what's to come? Do I accept the risks involved? Do I consent to being taken down this road, and the next road, and the next? Am I prepared to see this game through, real or otherwise, to its end? What are you waiting for? Rob smiles and turns back to the road. He picks up the CB radio, holds the button on the slide, and microphone crackles.
This is Fairman to all cars. Anyone to step out, then pull to the side now? Otherwise, stay in formation and have some supplies at hand. We got a long way to go.
Much like the game I'm so tentatively playing, my view of Robert J. Guthard seems to change direction frequently. I'd heard all about his life, but I'm sure that I know him. I like the guy, but I'm not certain that I trust him. And though I admire his dedication to the left-right game, I'm not sure I like where it might lead us. Yet as he takes us into the tunnel, his face vanishing and reappearing under the dim sodium lights, I can tell that he expects this trip to be a major step in his already impressive story. And this time, for better or for worse, I'm along for the ride. End of part 1.
Oh god, I okay, hold on. I gotta read the second part because the second part is where it actually starts to get kind of fucking crazy, and then I'll probably end the stream. Maybe read another story, but yeah. Okay, actually, this one's a lot shorter. Hold on. Oh, bug. All right, there we go. Okay.
Let's get some water. All right, and let's keep going. Hi, everyone. I get the day off work, and I wanted to start it by posting up the next log. I also want to thank you all for your responses so far. A few people have linked me to the sites that Rob J. Guthard may have operated on. Some even offered to look for the mirror shop in Phoenix and try to retrace the route to Rob's neighborhood. I'm going to spend the day making a few international calls and sending emails out, but if you guys have any other ideas about how I could pursue this, I'd really appreciate them. In all honesty, I'm going to need all the help I can get. This whole ordeal has proven pretty categorically that I am no Alice Sharma. Speaking of which, I'm going to let her take it from here. Thanks again. The Left Right Game, Draft 1, 0802, 2017. Or the 8th of February, 2017. We'd been in the dimly lit passage for almost 2 minutes, but at that pace, Rob likes to travel. It's hard to figure out how far we've actually gone. When we descended into the underpass, we were just nearing the outskirts of Phoenix. Scrutinizing the rearview mirror as we leave, it's fair to say we aren't that much further out. Everything else, the temperature, the time of day, the weather, all seem exactly like it had before we ventured into the tunnel. I'm not sure what I expected, of course, but it certainly doesn't feel like we're anywhere new. The tunnel itself had been similarly underwhelming, especially considering the importance Rob seemed to place on it. In fact, the only thing of true interest since we passed was something Rob said once we hit the halfway mark. As the tunnel's mouth loomed towards us, Rob picked up the CB radio transceiver and issued a casual warning to the convoy. The message itself was straightforward. His choice of words, however, was curious. I decided to ask him about it. Rob, just a second ago, when you told us the next turn was coming up, why did you use the word trap? I have it in my notes. You said, folks, we're coming up to the end soon. First little trap coming up. Our next turn is a sharp left. As we leave, look out for it. Is there a reason you used the word trap?
Just one of those things. Fellow who wrote the original, he liked to think the road would try and trick you into making a wrong turn. Small roads off large highways, roads obscured from the view, sharp turns like this one.
He thought the road was trying to deceive him?
Yeah, pretty much. I gotta agree with the guy.
By this point, we've taken the offending corner and the right a little further on. I can't help but feel that Rob is reading a great detail into what is essentially an abrupt turn in an ordinary road. The level of conspiracy he's able to place behind such a simple thing, going as far as to ascribe some mischievous quality to the asphalt itself, it's hard to take seriously. In fact, I'm starting to wonder less about whether Rob can convince me this game is real, and more whether I'd ever be able to convince him that it isn't. Perhaps this story will be less about where the magic road goes after a few zigzagging turns, and more about where the human mind can go if it invests too heavily in an idea. To his credit, Rob has noted my cynicism, and he even seems to welcome it. But if our current surroundings are supposed to convince me, then he's going to find me more cynical than he anticipated. Rob keeps his hands on the wheel and eyes on the road. Any attempt at an interview receives a pleasant but curt response. He's not being evasive. His attention is just elsewhere. Before I know it, half an hour has gone by without Rob speaking a word. It seems like a large part of the left-right game involves driving in complete silence. Once again, I'm not sure what I expected, but it's certainly not been an earth-shattering start. At least it gives me time to type up my notes.
Fairman to all cars. We stop here.
An uneventful hour and a half passed since we left the tunnel. I didn't notice Rob pick up the receiver, but before I know it, the Wrangler has pulled up at the side of the road, leaving a large space behind us for the rest of the convoy to park up. The buildings are getting few and far between now. It won't be long until we were in the desert proper. With this in mind, I assume Rob is simply stopping to let everyone drink up. I probably shouldn't assume when it comes to Rob Guthard. Though this is definitely a rest stop, Rob has some important words for the crew. He gathers us around in a rough semicircle, talking while we eat our provisions.
Now, I mentioned in my emails that at certain points on this trip, you need to do things just because I say so. This is one of those times. Y'all understand? Yeah, I guess we get to know what it is, right?
This is when he tells us to give him our money, right, Rob?
I'd rather know what's going on. And I don't intend on keeping anything from you. Just know, I just want to be clear, that across this next stretch, you need to follow my orders to the letter.
Yeah, we get that. Just tell us already. Rob takes a few moments, perhaps to lend gravity to his point, perhaps to swallow some barbed words intended for the increasingly impatient Ace. When he does speak, it's in a measured and serious tone. He's clearly adamant that we take his words on board.
For about half an hour, the next 13 turns, we'll be going one by one. We travel in order of formation. Me and Bristol will go first, then I'll radio the next car to follow. When you reach the Jeep, you park up behind me. Then we keep going as normal. Now,
Rob takes a deep breath in, and when he starts up again, his speech is more pointed than before.
There's a hitchhiker on the road, a well-dressed man with a case. You pick him up. You take him where he needs to go. You do not, under any circumstance, talk to the man. To be safe, don't look at him. Don't take anything he offers you. Don't open the door for him or wave goodbye when he leaves. You do not acknowledge him in any way. You want my advice? Don't say a word till you get to the stopping point. Why do we go one by one? Guy who wrote all the logs says he don't like choosing cars. I don't know what it means, but I'm lucky I never had to figure it out.
Why don't we just not pick him up?
That ain't an option. Well, it is. I mean, yes it is. I don't see why we... God damn it, you'll pick him up, whether you want to or not.
The group is silent. This is the first time Rob raised his voice. In the ensuing stillness, Ace looks like he'd been more than happy to turn his car around and retrace the route back to Phoenix, leaving Rob in the dust with a few choice words. I can sympathize with him a little. Rob's been treating him as an annoyance, a tag-along who didn't do the homework. But at the end of the day, Ace is doing nothing to fix things. Also, Rob is essentially right. He didn't do the homework.
Well, okay. I suppose we should get back on the road then, if everyone's ready.
Deciding he has nothing more to say to us, Rob marches over to the Wrangler. Bonnie, Clyde, Apollo, and Eve sit on the floor sharing snacks. Ace loses himself in his phone, and Blue Jay, still maintaining a noticeable distance from the group, takes to her car with a copy of U.S. Weekly.
Bristol, can we talk?
I turn around to see Lilith, holding her cell phone with a screen facing me. Yeah, sure. What's up?
Have you tried to make a call since we came through the tunnel?
No, not yet. Why?
Could you try?
I pull out my cell and dial into the office. The line's busy, which isn't exactly uncommon. Lilith watches intently, waiting for a reaction. I'm not getting through.
They were busy?
Yeah. Why?
Everyone is. We have signal, we can make calls, but everyone on the other end is busy.
Don't you think it could just be a coincidence?
I really mean everyone, Bristol. While E's been driving, I've been calling my camera's automated support line, 911.
You dialed 911?
For science, yeah, all of them are busy. I even called this guy at my dorm who has a serious thing for me. And trust me, he is not fucking busy. This is weird, right? It's like we crossed the threshold and the world's suddenly doing something else, you know?
In all honesty, I'm not sure I do know. I don't want to say it, but it seems like a massive stretch. Luckily, Rob saves me from commenting when he calls me over to the car, clearly eager to get back on the road. I tell Lilith we'll look into her discovery on the other side, and she nods in agreement, retreating to her friend and immediately stealing a handful of apple slices. Yeah, well, Lilith and Eve are clearly just lesbians. Lilith, the first wife of Adam, and apocryphal wife of Adam, and Eve, the first woman or second wife of Adam. Yeah, these are two sapphics, right? That's what I'm saying. I climb into the Wrangler and wave goodbye to the convoy. We slowly roll back onto the road and set off on our way, watching the rest of the group disappear into the background. I feel noticeably more isolated despite Rob's presence. Or perhaps because of it. I'm not exactly sure. The hitchhiker shows up about 10 turns later. Just like Rob said, the man is incredibly well dressed, in a well-fitting brown suit with dark green tie. Even from a distance, I can see his shoes are expertly shined, as if the varnished wooden case resting on the floor beside him. He stands on the side of the road and raises his hand gingerly, wearing a look of hopeful anticipation. I always imagine I actually didn't realize that he's wearing a brown suit. I actually always thought he was wearing a green suit and green tie. He kind of looked like the Onceler from the Lorax movie, or he kind of looked like a human Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls. Who is he?
The hitchhiker.
Is that really all you're going to say?
It's all I can say. You understand the rules here?
Don't talk to him.
I'd say don't talk at all. Not until we stop. When we stop, we're safe.
Rob veers slowly over to the side of the road. The hitchhiker smiles appreciatively, grasping his hands together and shaking them in thanks. Picking up his case, he strolls over to the Wrangler whilst unbuttoning his blazer.
See you on the other side.
See you on the other side. The back door opens and the hitchhiker pulls himself into the storage area. Finding no seating, he settles himself cheerfully on some of the softer luggage just behind me. Not much in the way of seating back here, huh? I have to admit, I do feel a subtle urge to respond. Even after the stern warnings I've received, to ignore the man seems almost instinctively rude. I was raised British, after all. So, where are you all from? I'm traveling in from Oakwell. I glance at him in the rear view. He meets my gaze and smiles. I flick my attention back to the road, counting the white lines. The stranger persists in trying to start a conversation. 10 minutes go by. The silence grows palpable, broken intermittently by yet another cheerful attempt at a conversation. Topics include nice weather, we're having, our professions, our hobbies. In response, I busy myself with pointless but occupying tasks. I find myself playing games in my head, thinking of common phrases and making them into clunky anagrams. It seems to work, and after a short while, I start to habituate to the man's small talk. I almost don't notice he's there. Maybe that's what allows him to catch me out. You're just a fucking disappointment, aren't you? The statement comes out of the blue. It's sharp, venomous, completely divorced from the idle questioning I'd be tuning out. I'm daydreaming when I hear it. And before I register what I'm doing, I'm turning to face him, my lips already parting as I go, a reflexive thought, reflexively vocalized. What? I almost say it out loud. The word is on the edge of my tongue, a single note. My vocal cords were all ready to play. Only the sudden, vice-like grip of Rob's hand on my forearm anchors me in the moment. I stare at the hitchhiker, my mouth still open. He's different now. All of the warmth, all of the pleasantry, it's drained from his face like running makeup. His smile is malevolent, calculating, and finally, it feels honest. You want to know things? I can tell you. Rob keeps his eyes focused on the road, but his grip on my arm tightens. I can tell you everything you want to know, even the things you never knew about yourself, even the thoughts you didn't know you were thinking. Those little critters, all the way at the back. We stare at each other a moment longer before I turn around and back to the road. I don't count the white lines anymore. Now I'm focused intently on anything our passengers has to say. For the next 10 minutes, ignoring him is going to have my full attention. He only tries a few more times, reverting back to more innocent questioning. Nothing takes. 5 minutes later, he indicates to a seemingly random point at the side of the road, and Rob drops him off. The man thanks us, climbs neatly out, puts down his case, and waves as we depart. When we disappear around the next corner, he still hasn't stopped. Surprisingly, the silence caused by the hitchhiker's presence isn't nearly as intense as the one left in his wake. I decide to break the tension somewhat ungracefully. To be fair, we are having nice weather. Don't talk. Are you mad at me? I'm sorry, he got to me. I wasn't expecting. You did fine. We don't talk until we stop. I go back to my notes, making a point to write down my current feelings. For the record, embarrassed but relieved. Once I put the words down on paper, however, I feel something else. Confusion, mixed with concern. Because at the end of the day, what was I relieved about? That I didn't talk to a strange man who tried to talk to me? Was anything really at stake? The more I think about it, the more I realize the entire episode with this mysterious hitchhiker reduces the left-right game to two possible states. It's either real or it's an elaborate hoax perpetrated by Robert J. Guthard, the crazy woman, the tunnel, the malicious left turn. All of those could be explained as rationalizations, but the hitchhiker was far too elaborate, far too difficult to predict. If he was an actor, then Rob is nothing more than an impressive fraud. If he was genuine, then I'm not entirely sure where that leaves us. Something in the corner of my eye pulls me from my thoughts. A transient peripheral object that almost completely passes me by before I turn in a weak attempt to catch it. I only get a few seconds to look before it's gone from my field of view. I face forward once more, sit back in my chair, and let Rob carry us ever further down the road. It's not too long before we finally pull over.
You did good. I'm sorry for grabbing you. I just didn't want you to do something you'd regret.
No, it's fine. I was going to. Do you know what happens if you talk to him?
Not sure. Came close myself once, a few years back. The way he looks at you when he thinks he's got you. I don't think I want to know.
Rob, I saw something a few minutes ago. I don't know if you noticed it.
Afraid I had my eyes forward most of the time.
There was a car on the side of the road. It was crashed off the bank. Have you seen that before?
I ain't never seen it that, but random stuff sometimes shows up here and there.
Have other people run the left-right game?
No one I know of. Whoever it was probably just rather crash than face the damn hitchhiker again.
He's there on the way back, too?
If you're unlucky.
Well, something to look forward to. Rob picks up the CB radio and messages for Apollo to set off, repeating his warnings concerning the hitchhiker. I feel like he's going to get a similar speech before they embark. Ace will probably get it twice. Half an hour later, Apollo shows up, though he laughs about the ordeal. He's clearly a little shaken. Guy should call himself an Uber. You can't shut those guys up. Do you guys have an Uber in England? Yeah. Then you know what I mean, right? Bonnie and Clyde arrive quicker than Apollo. They pull up at the back. Clyde helps Bonnie out of the car, and they proceed to stretch their legs. Once Apollo joins them, it's clear that everyone has a different story to tell. The hitchhiker offered Clyde to travel suites, pleasantly but firmly insisting he take one. Apollo almost got talking about his music taste after the hitchhiker asked to play something on the radio. That particular story does leave me curious about whether he still gets NPR on this road. Rob customarily greets Bonnie and Clyde, then walks off to signal Eve and Lilith. He's still sitting in the Jeep when I meet him at the door.
Hey, what are you up to? Just waiting by the phone. The girls are on their way. You need anything?
Maybe. I think Apollo's been affected by the whole hitchhiker thing. A bit more than he's letting on.
He seems fine to me.
I'm not so sure. He's only smiling when people are nearby. Could you talk to him?
Well, I ain't much comfort. I got 4 ex-wives to tell me that. Think it might be better coming from you?
I think this is a man-to-man conversation. I might just get a brave face. Rob doesn't look comfortable, but he acquiesces, climbing out of the car.
Last man-to-man conversation I had, my son didn't want to talk to me for 3 months.
I watch him wander over to Apollo, who is standing by his Range Rover, staring into his phone. Rob puts a calming hand on the man's shoulder. From a distance, it's actually a sweet moment. I start to feel bad for lying to him. I carefully open the driver's side door and climb into the Wrangler. Assuming I have around 20 seconds before Rob comes back, picking up the CB radio receiver, I stare at the list of presets, labeled 1 through 9. I don't know which button I press to talk to Eve and Lilith, and I certainly don't have time to call everyone up. Rob handed us a transceiver before we left. It's what he's been making the all-car bulletins with. Preset 1 puts him in touch with all transceiver radios. I've seen that in practice enough times. The rest are the presets to the transceiver individually, and if Rob is the man I think he is, he gave our radios out in order of position. If that's the case, then either Rob or I could be preset 2, Apollo next, then Bonnie and Clyde, without knowing where Rob has placed himself in the queue. The only option which would guarantee me getting through the Lilith and Eve would be preset 7. I think that makes sense. With no time to check my work, I press the button down and snatch up the receiver. This is Bristol Lilith and Eve. Are you there? The receiver crackles quietly. I look in the wing mirror and see Rob making small talk with Apollo. Awkward small talk with Apollo. Perhaps his 4 ex-wives were onto something.
Lilith Bristol, how is it on the other side? We haven't seen a hitchhiker. Oh, by the way, I just phoned Eve, and it went through. Could I have your number to test?
Sorry, Lilith. I'm phoning about something else.
Why? What's going on over there?
Apollo's nodding to Rob. I can imagine him making assurances that he's perfectly fine. I really don't have long at all. I have a mission for you, but you have to keep it secret.
Sounds awesome. What's up?
Once you're past the hitchhiker, there's a crashed car on the road, on the passenger side. Whilst you're going past it, would you mind getting some footage?
What sort of footage?
Just zoom in and get as much detail as possible. You don't need to stop, just anything will be useful. Rob's starting to walk back to the car. I shift into the passenger seat, still holding a receiver.
Is there anything specific you...
Talk to me later. Thank you. Bye. I slam the receiver down into its holster the moment Rob opens the door. He shrugs at me.
He seems fine, unless there's something he ain't telling me.
The rest of the day is fairly uneventful. Give me a second. Oh, gotta plug my tablet in. There we go. Hold on. Fuck. How do I do this? How I do this? Oh fuck. Oh, it won't turn upside down. Okay, I guess I have to hold it this way. All right.
Seems fine, unless there's something he ain't telling me.
The rest of the day is fairly uneventful. Lilith and Eve pull in, beaming about their experience with the hitchhiker and bragging about what the dashcam footage would mean for their channel. Lilith ends her story by insisting that nothing else happened for the rest of her journey, whilst directing a highly intentional look in my direction. I look away and make a mental note to catch up with her when less people are around. Blue Jay seems the least phased by her run in with the hitchhiker. We do manage to get a few words out of her, though perhaps a few is an exaggeration.
I'm tired.
After which she goes to sit down on her own. When Ace pulls up to the side of the road, he almost falls out of his car. His legs are weak, his face gaunt, his breath quick and shallow. I try and get him to talk about it on tape, but he shrugs me off, eager to hear about where we're going rather than talking about where we've been. We travel for a while longer, now at around 486 turns, nearing our first night on the road. Rob signals our stopping point, a quiet clearing at the top of a hill. Rob clears the sleeping area in the back of the Wrangler, leaving a line of luggage as a barrier between us. I appreciate the thought, but don't really know how to tell him in the end. In the end, I just say, thanks for making room. Also, I'm a lesbian. Okay, that's not actually in there. Thanks for making room. Apollo attempts to keep everyone from going to bed, issuing vague statements about making a fire, but people quickly shuffle off to their cars. The early start and the subsequent events of the day have taken their toll. I watch Lilith and Eve break away from the group and head to bed. I suppose I'll have to talk to them tomorrow morning when Rob isn't around. I feel a bit bad for lying to him and for pulling Lilith and Eve into what could be a blatant act of dumb paranoia. But Rob seems like a good man, a reasonable man, as flawed as any of us, but fundamentally decent. But the fact remains that when I talked to him about the crashed car, he clearly said,
"No one I know of. Whoever it was, they'd probably just rather crash than face that damn hitchhiker again."
I want to trust Rob. I want to believe him when he says he didn't see the car. That he'd never seen a car on that stretch of road. But for a man of so few words, he might have said too much. If he truly never saw the car, how did he know the direction it was facing? I never said anything about a basement. I never said anything about a graveyard. What's another one of? Was it Dokes? It was one for Dokes. He was like, it was like, why would a person fake being a drug addict unless they got something way worse to hide? Or something like that. I make all my notes concerning this subject on paper and in shorthand, which I'm hoping, in Rob's long and varied life, he hasn't inexplicably learned to read. Long after Rob's gone to bed, I stay in the passenger seat, typing up my thoughts on the day. That was Sister Moon by Leslie Estranda. Another song to calm you folks down as we head into the evening. It's Chuck Greenwald, and I'm with you till the witching hour. I decided to put the radio on in the end. I was curious and I also wanted the company. I turned the volume way down so the noise wouldn't reach Rob. I reached around for something to have in the background. There weren't many stations to choose from out here. The clearest one is Radio Jubilation, the local station for a nearby town. The current DJ, Chuck Greenwald, was playing soulful folk music for an hour. It's been a busy week in Jubilation as we welcome in our new school principal, a very impressive guy who's bringing some new and interesting proposals to our community. It's got a few people talking about funding for the arts. If you got a view, we'd love to hear it. I finished typing up my less clandestine notes and just then realized how tired I am, wanting to sleep, but not yet prepared to move the single yard between me and the air mattress. I lie back in my seat, listening to Mr. Greenwald address his beloved town. We'll were this it says we'll and then we're and I think it's supposed to be we're going to go back to your request very soon, and I can tell you we've got some goodies on the way. For now, let's take ourselves to the new box. They're going to hurt now. Immediately, at the volume of a whisper, Radio Jubilation begins to broadcast a cacophony of bone-rending screams. The noise shreds the air. What sounds like hundreds of people, each contributing their own voice to a collective symphony of pain and torment. I instinctively move my body away from the radio. Suddenly upright and wide awake, the cries are ceaseless, agonizing, punctuated only by half-stifled, tear-choked pleas for whatever is happening to stop. A moment later it does, or at the very least, the screaming cuts as the soft tone of Chuck Greenwald takes over. I look at the radio. Over to the sleeping figure of Rob J. Guthard. I can't help but stare at him as a single thought runs through my head. I hope this man's a fraud. I hope he's playing me. Because if he isn't, then there's something very wrong with this road. Hope you folks enjoyed that. We're going to be bringing you much more. This is Chuck Greenwald, telling you you're always welcome in Jubilation. Stay with us. End of part 2. That's not all of the left-right game. There's like 7 other more parts of that, and it would take me like 5 more hours to read all of them. So I just wanted to get through those first 2 parts because, God, I genuinely love this fucking story so much. It is one of my favorites. I literally do a re-listen of it all the time. It was so popular, it even got an Amazon adaptation in the form of like a radio play, like a radio podcast sort of thing, podcast reading. It is so good. It is so good. Genuinely, if you do not listen to No Sleep Stories, if you don't listen to creepypastas anymore, whether you did or used to, highly recommend going back out and checking up some. Just look up No Sleep Best Stories. Look up Dark Somnium, DarkSomnium. Ronnie over there does some great fucking work. He makes all of his own music. He does all of his sound designing for these things. He gets voice actors and all this other stuff. And he is not under the radar either. He has millions of subscribers, and some of his most viewed videos have millions of views, and they are so good. And I'm going to read the last story for tonight before I head off. Is going to be the final one, and it is for personally one of my favorite stories. It is called "I Work at a Secret Government Facility." An hour ago, there was a breakout alert. Here we go. By Mr. Outlaw. I'm a guard stationed. I'm not reading an entire novella on stream. that book has like 50 pages, and I'm not reading the entire thing. I'm a guard stationed at a secret government prison. A few hours ago, there was a major breach. Who's the worst, most despicable person you can think of? Jeffrey Dahmer? Ted Bundy? Louis Garvito? Paul Pot? Yeah, the fucking CIA-backed piece of shit fascist trying to be a commie. Blech. Of course, you could make your own arguments for any of them, or anybody else for that matter. Yet, all of those people have one thing in common. They're human. Preposterous people try acting like monsters, either due to lofty, ridiculous ideals or some primal urge to revolt against society as a whole. It's quite the bizarre phenomenon. Yet none of these admittedly sick people have truly fallen into the abyss. Perhaps they've stared down into it, dipped their feet in, but none of them have taken the plunge as a whole. Despite their efforts, they weren't able to separate themselves from their inherent humanity. But that's a good thing. That's they were relatively easy to take down. The bad news is that every once in a while, special cases will arrive. In our circles, we call these individuals the void people, or just voids. Individuals so far gone that they can hardly be considered human anymore. The cause behind these entities like these? Well, I wouldn't know. Nobody really does. Maybe they were born with latent potential. Maybe they underwent some obscure supernatural transformation. Maybe their experiments gone awry. Aliens from another planet. Shit, maybe they're literal demons from hell brought here by some fool who thought just had to conduct some fucked up ritual. Who the hell knows? The only detail that matters is the fact that they exist. And dealing with them is more than a bitch. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of max security prisons. Places where drug kingpins, terrorists, prolific serial killers, etc. are sent. The place is meant to contain the worst amongst humans. Well, those are a joke compared to where the voids are kept. At a pair of undisclosed coordinates built in an underground of a tiny island somewhere deep in the Atlantic, there exists a prison unlike anything you could imagine. We simply call it the Chasm, a penitentiary for pure, unbridled evil. A collective evil that would surely yield humanity's extinction in a couple of months if it were allowed to run rampant in the world. Let me emphasize this a bit further. The individuals that require being held here are not merely criminally insane, they are criminally, absolutely out of this fucking universe bonkers. Of course, you wouldn't know about any of this, would you? The government would probably sacrifice 1,000 children before they divulge a single detail about the place to a person without high enough clearance. But you know, that's just how they are. Before I came, there were exactly 32 being confined here, save for 2 that were still being actively pursued through the Brazilian underground and Russian tundra, respectively. That was about all of them in the world. At least, we assumed that was all of them. Can't be sure about anything these days. Each holding cell was fortified to hell, specifically designed to counter and contain the respective void they were holding. If they managed to escape, there were 8 drones armed with Gatling guns, blades, and grenades, and rockets waiting for them within a large chamber. If they managed to break through that, then 20 guards in mechanized suits would have to step in. However, everybody understands the futility of that protocol. Those guards were getting slaughtered in seconds, regardless of the voids they were up against. Maybe minutes if they were really skilled. Honestly, I'm not sure why any of us regular guards are stationed here at all. Bureaucracy, I guess. Who knows what the government's thinking. If the situation were ever to get too drastic, then there was really only one feasible countermeasure in place. A last resort, so to speak. The higher-ups would have to call in something known as Task Force Void Nova Hammer, or TFVNH for short. I've never seen them in action before, nor do I know much about them. Not that I really want to, though. If you ever find yourself witnessing them in person, then that must mean you're having a bad, bad day. So, why am I disclosing all this uber classified information that would either get me killed or thrown in the deepest hole conceivable for the rest of my short life? Well, I'd estimate that there's about a 90% chance that I'm going to die by the end of the day. And even if I do make it out of this fiasco, my life's really never going to be the same. So, fuck it. Here we go. My day started out more or less normal. I was a part of the unit guarding somebody named Jim Henninger. Well, that was his real name. Doesn't evoke a lot of fear, does it? That's why we had to call him something else. Since he used to be some psychosurgeon or something, we've dubbed him the Surgeon. Really creative stuff, I know. Staying at 5'7", 171 centimeters, 135 pounds, 61 kilograms, we were required to memorize all their physical stats. He doesn't look like much. However, if you ever find yourself in the same room with him, no matter how big and tough you are, you're getting dissected or something. The main danger surrounding him stems from the fact that he seems to be able to teleport on will. 1 second you'll be staring at his dark, lifeless eyes, and after one blink he'll disappear in a cloud of black haze, only to end up breathing right down your neck. For that reason, there's got to be at least 10 sets of eyes on his monitor at all times. There's no way around it. If he's not being watched, he will escape. He's also kind of unkillable. No matter how many bullets you put through his head, blades you plunge into his chest, the guy just won't croak. And once he gets a scalpel in his hands, oh boy. Of course, he's just one of 32, and comparatively speaking, on the tamer side. With that said, my guard shift ended without any incident. Routine stuff. Following that, I went on break in the lunchroom with my buddy Sandu. Our conversations were usually pretty dry, but at least I can talk to the guy. It's hard to get along with any of the other guards. They're all just weird in one way or another. Any lunch was usually just the most enjoyable part of a working day in the chasm. What I didn't enjoy was the blaring fucking alarm and definitely repeating automated voice blasting the word breach that went off right as I was about to take my chili out of the microwave. I could see Sandu's face drop at the disturbance. "You're fucking kidding me," he mouthed. Now, I'd only ever experienced one minor breach up until that point, and it was from the surgeon. I guess none of us were paying attention that day. He made it about 8 miles off the coast using a stolen boat, racking up a body count of 145 in his wake. It took 3 full days to wrangle him back, and 4 more weeks to fix all the damage he'd done to infrastructure. That was all just one prisoner. If we're dealing with 3 or more, then our combined efforts as guards wouldn't have stood a semblance of a chance. There had only ever been one major breach in the chasm's history, in which 8 voids had broken out nearly simultaneously. It was also apparently the only time that Task Void Nova Hammer, or TFVNH is out what it says here, but I just read out the entire thing, had to step in. This was all around 12 years ago, long before I became a guard myself. The aftermath of that, I don't have enough clearance to know, but I'm willing to bet it was nothing fun. We did have a breach procedure. It was a lengthy document outlining exactly what we were supposed to do and where we were supposed to go. I've read it before, and it's fucking garbage. It essentially predicated on the idea that we're cannon fodder and that we're obligated to do whatever we can to contain the prisoners. If anybody actually followed the procedure, they'd die instantly. "Well, what the hell are you supposed to do?" somebody asked. They only got shrugs in response. Except for Sawson. That is. I fucking hate Sawson. The guy seems like to believe that his entire life is an action movie, that he's the invincible main protagonist. "Are y'all pussies or what?" he screamed at the top of his lungs, with a stupid grin plastered across his face. "We never get any fucking action. Let's fucking go!" Before anybody could stop him, he picked up his rifle and swung the door open like the giant fucking dumbass he is. Since the alarm was blaring, we could hardly hear anything that was going on outside in the corridors. For that reason, we were all rather shocked upon seeing Morgie the Corgi standing right outside. Imagine some guy walking around wearing a dirty, giant, creepy dog costume. Now imagine that guy is 7'2", 218 centimeters, with a voice that is simultaneously deep, raspy, and childish. That's Morgie the Corgi for you. I could see the bravado leave Salson's face the moment he laid eyes on the abomination in person. We'd only ever seen him through the screen before. Woof! I always hated whenever people tried imitating dogs. But hearing it from Morgie was a bit different, and a lot worse. Before Salson could even put his finger on the trigger, his head was smashed into pulp. Morgie began pouncing on the guards, effortlessly crushing limbs with his oversized paws. He'd switched between running on his feet and crawling on all fours. The last thing I saw before running out of the break room was Morgie forcing the remaining horrified agents to play fetch with him using a stray arm. But of course, it's not like I managed to escape anywhere better. The entire place was in a fucking frenzy. The squad leaders were frenetic, attempting to scrape together some kind of suppression force. I couldn't understand why they were so delusional. Are we guards supposed to be badass? Fuck yeah. Due to our field prowess, we were specifically selected from the existing pool of CIA agents and military personnel to be dropped in this godforsaken place. Put us up against a trafficking militia, terrorists, etc., and we'll smoke them. But what we can't deal with are things that aren't supposed to exist in the first place. We watch creature features and slasher flicks with the inherent understanding that what we're watching is fiction, a type of visual catharsis for our inherent fascination with the dark and grim. Well, I mean, it's because our own world is dark and grim. If there was one genre that I could describe our entire world as, because not one is a single genre, because it's so big and disconnected and everything. Some people say it's cyberpunk. Some people say it's blah, blah, blah. It's none of them. It's all of them and none of them at once. I would say gothic or gothic punk, because what's gothic if not a bunch of rich people controlling the lives of people trying to go back to a conservative old world? And what's more punk than people constantly trying to scream against the machine? A type of visual catharsis for our inherent fascination with the dark and grim. It's not supposed to be real, and we have no idea how to act once we find it standing right in our faces. Not even us so-called elite agents. Like I said, I'm not sure why they even bothered keeping guards in the chasm to begin with. These were the thoughts that ran through my head as I bolted through the hellish corridors. At one point, I stumbled upon a crowd of guards leering over the rails. Shockingly, they didn't seem concerned in the slightest. "What the hell are you guys looking at?" I asked them. A guard I recognized as Fenton turned around. "This is going to be sick." He grinned, gesturing for me to look below. This is where it gets fucking cool, by the way. This whole story is fucking cool, and this is where like you really start to see what this story is about. I didn't even know where I was going, so I didn't realize that I'd wandered into the level right above the weight room. It was a sprawling gym with an abundance of the best equipment obtainable, but there was one guard that used it the most. Branko Petrovic, a Serbian-American whose oversized frame hardly makes any fucking sense. I swear, when I first met the guy, he couldn't have been over 7 feet. He's around 8'2", 249 centimeters now. Fucking Jack Hanma. I'm not quite sure what kind of bizarre experience they ran on him, but they sure as hell overdid it. Despite the alarms, he was in the middle of overhead pressing what appeared to be an ungodly amount of weight when one escaped void wandered onto the weight room floor. It was Luz. Staying at 6'2", 188 centimeters, 205 pounds, 93 kilograms. Like all the other prisoners, the guy was a complete mystery. His mostly bare body was comparable to that of a bodybuilder's, save for hundreds of gnarly scars decorating his skin. The most disconcerting part of his aesthetic was the fact that he had only one half of his face. The other half consisted of his exposed skull, with some kind of red electrical current running through his cranial bones. he had the same current running through his hands, which allowed him to savagely electrocute whatever organic material he touched, quickly rendering it into a pile of steaming black mush. I guess that my fellow agents didn't bother reading up on the prisoners they guarded because Bronco never stood a chance. It didn't matter if you were superior to Luz in terms of strength. One touch and you were gone for. The only practicable way to take him down was to use ranged weapons, and even then, that task was easier said than done. Bronco grunted like the dumb meathead he is, grabbing an Olympic weightlifting plate and chucking it like a frisbee at Luz. It connected, seemingly shattering his ribs, but it wasn't nearly enough to take him down. As soon as he rushed forward, the fight had been decided. Bronco attempted to tackle him, a mistake so horrible that his entire body began twitching as his skin made contact with Luz's fingertips. The electricity spread through his giant frame, causing his vitals to shut down within seconds. In no time at all, he was reduced to a heap of mass of scorched flesh on the floor. He didn't even have time to scream. I could see the respective faces of my stunned colleagues drop as they witnessed what they likely deemed an improbable outcome. Idiots. That's what they were. But truth be told, I was also an idiot, but for even bothering to stay. Not long after, the sounds of bones cracking and heavy footsteps began emanating from an adjacent walkway. Along with the rest of the agents, my gaze shifted towards what was sure to be another incoming menace. The locked metal door to the corridor was suddenly dented from the other side. A big fucking dent, mind you. It only took one more blow to blast it off its hinges completely. Standing at 6'6", 198 centimeters, 242 pounds, 110 kilograms, and arriving in a haze of blood, guts, and limbs was the slasher flick-esque killer colloquially known as Wirehead. In congruence with his name, his entire head, save for a single eye, was wrapped in rusty barbed wire. He wore a decrepit old leather jacket and jeans, complete with large pompadour on top. Like an 80s, or whatever, high school delinquent. Everybody's main concern was the weapon in his hand. A large iron bat wrapped with the same barbed wire on his head. If you didn't die from the impact, unlikely, the subsequent infection would surely get you. And don't ask why we didn't take his weapon away when we contained him. We did, but somehow, some way, he got it back. These things really can't be helped. What the hell is going on? I thought. Breaches happened, sure, but it seemed like as if every single fucking void had somehow escaped. How is that possible? In any case, I couldn't afford to think deep in at that moment. As Wirehead began mowing down the mystified agents in his way, I found myself accidentally making eye contact with Luz from below. I nearly had a heart attack as I began pushing through the crowd. Even though I was implicitly certain of the fact that no other location within the chasm would have been much safer, I was still being driven ahead by fight or flight response, away from the immediate threat. It was kind of fun. It was kind of funny. I'd been through so many life or death experiences that my reaction to adrenaline coursing through my veins had been dulled. Well, it sure as hell got invigorated today. I guess that I wasn't paying enough attention to my surroundings, because right as I was about to climb a staircase, I felt an oversized arm slam into my chest, knocking me over in the process. I looked up to see another guard, Cade, leering over me. Sure, I was happy it wasn't one of the voids, but Cade wasn't much more pleasant. "What are you running for?" He shot a smug grin. "This is a breach, ain't it? Why don't we do our jobs here and fix it?" "Oh, fuck off!" I spat at him before trying to duck past. No luck there. He caught me by the collar and slammed me into the wall. He certainly had the weight advantage. Still, I didn't practice hand-to-hand combat just to be ragdolled by some asshole. I slammed my elbow down into his ribs, managed to loosen his grip. I followed with a knee to the stomach and then attempted a strike to his neck. But then he caught my wrist mid-punch. "Nice moves," he said in an obnoxiously sarcastic tone. He took his palm and rammed it into my chin, nearly causing me to black out. In the meantime, Wirehead was getting closer. "Guess we'll have to take this up another time. Somebody's got to actually work around here." I had no idea what he was thinking trying to take on one of the voids, but I wasn't trying to see his delusions through in person. Still, in pain from his palm strike, I pulled myself up and began running once more. All the while, the sounds of carnage escalated around me. But there was a glaring issue. I had no idea where I was going. The exits were surely going to be blocked off from the inside. Do we have some kind of safe room? I thought to myself. No, of course we didn't. We were entirely expendable. They 100% expect us to fight these things head on, even though there's a zero fucking chance of victory on our side. And there's only one thing I could do here. Survive until TFV and H showed up. Obviously, that wasn't any kind of guaranteed reprieve, but my options were slim. Nevertheless, something rather surprising transpired. Amidst a cacophony of frenetic orders from our superiors, a familiar voice snuck in my radio.
"Hey, Jason, you alive?"
It was Sandu. I picked up my radio and isolated his transmission.
"Yeah, where are you, man?" "Block C. Got lucky and found something weird. It might save us, though. Come on."
Obviously, there wasn't much information there, but it was better than running around aimlessly. Thankfully, Block C was fairly close, so I was able to make it without running into another void. However, when I got there, it was still as chaotic as ever. I swiveled my head around, trying to spot Sandu. I yelled into my radio, but his response was drowned out by everything around me. I searched. I began sensing a perplexing, sinister pressure that made it feel as if I were sinking into the concrete beneath me. Hardly had to guess the source. Dizek. It was Dizek. 9'5", 207 centimeters. Weight unknown, kilograms unknown. Dizek was comparable in appearance to something you'd see in the corner of your room during sleep paralysis. A hulking, faceless figure wearing a sweeping black robe that jerked around in unsettling motions as he, or she, who knows, walked. I wasn't sure how he had actually killed people, mind you. As soon as he got within a certain distance to you, they'd freeze in place and begin bleeding from the eyes, and then they'd just stay that way forever. Obviously, that wasn't something I was looking forward to. As I looked ahead, I could see some unfortunate guards already caught in his death zone. In an attempt to avoid a familiar fate, I turned the opposite direction and began running. And then I nearly shit myself. Standing about 10 feet away was the undead Nazi. 5'8", 173 centimeters, 143 pounds, 65 kilograms. His name essentially told it all. A man wearing a dirty, tattered SS uniform with a cracked gas mask covering his face. In one hand, he gripped his signature Kampfmesser 42 blade that was inexplicably unbreakable, no matter how the hell we tried doing it. And the other, he held a flamethrower hose connected to a massive tank on his back, which sprayed out some kind of scorching, black flame that would supposedly yield pain beyond Amaterasu. Pain beyond comprehension if you were ever come in contact with it. You could say that I was stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Here, the only other way out was taking the plunge over the rail in front of me, onto the mass of scrambling bodies 50 feet below. Before I considered simply saying my prayers, I felt a hand tug my sleeve from the side, giving me another heart attack. But this time, it was good news. For once, I looked over to see Sandu poking his head out from what appeared to be some kind of hidden door in the wall. "Let's fucking go!" he shouted before pulling me in. He closed the door behind me, plunging us into complete darkness. "What the hell is this place?" I asked, hardly expecting a detailed response. Sandu illuminated his face using his phone's flashlight.
Couldn't tell you, but it's kind of fucking crazy.
I could hear the Nazi beginning to spray his flamethrower from outside in the corridor. I suddenly wondered whether or not Diax's power would apply to other voids. In any case, it was better not to be in such close vicinity to them. So I followed Sandu. He led me down some kind of hidden hallway. The walk was rather long, maybe around 8 minutes. I eventually found myself in what appeared to be some kind of surveillance control room. It was still black, it was still dark, but there was an array of monitors giving off enough light to comfortably navigate around. But here's the strange thing. The place looked kinda haphazard. No chance it was being used by higher-ups. The monitors were scattered around, connected by a mess of wires to multiple outlets spread throughout the room. There was also only one chair, the cuck chair. I guess this is beyond explaining, I said.
Yeah, no shit, huh?
Sandu replied before gesturing me toward the monitors.
Check it out. What the fuck did we just find?
I took the suggestion, letting my eyes drift over the screens. What I saw would have been normal in any other scenario. Each monitor was streaming a different section of the prison, all displaying utter carnage that was going on outside. The guards were being ripped to shreds. Some tried fighting, most were running. But what they had in common was the fact that they were all being utterly obliterated by the voids. I could see the surgeon giving somebody a forced lobotomy, grinning like hell while doing so. At the same time, Morgie was chewing on a severed head like a chew toy. And then I caught something interesting on a screen below. It was Wirehead and Luz staring each other down. That's when a rather obvious revelation hit me. Of course, the voids weren't only going to kill the guards. They were sure as hell going to after each other as well. That much should have been apparent from the beginning. I grinned, feeling some kind of obscure hope creeping into my system. That hope was only bolstered when I saw the Nazi utterly dousing Diax with a relentless wave of black flames, with the latter struggling to move forward as a result. Guess these bastards can be hurt after all, I thought to myself. But of course, my hopes were merely transitory. I wasn't going to kid myself. Even only one void was left standing at the end of everything. That just means it'll be the strongest one out of them all, and we can't stay in here forever. At this point, my future is uncertain at best. Maybe I'll get lucky. Probably not. But in the meantime, I suppose I'll enjoy the show. See how things turn out. And I will read part 2 right now, because it's not that long either. But I gotta keep going for these fights. These fights I have to read them because the fights are so fucking good. This place sure gives you the creeps, doesn't it? I couldn't disagree with Sandu's assessment of the bizarre room we found ourselves in. The monitors only illuminated the area up until a certain point. However, we couldn't see any walls, which meant the place had to be bigger than what we could be seeing, either by a little or a lot. We couldn't know unless we decided to venture further into the darkness. Neither of us took that initiative, though, keeping it a mystery. Still, it didn't feel like anybody was in there with us, so we allowed ourselves to relax a bit. I took the first sitting shift, lying back in the chair and focusing on the monitor that I deemed most interesting at the moment. Wirehead versus Luz. Who was I rooting for? None of them. Nevertheless, I was morbidly eager to see these two horrific titans square off. Among us guards, we created an unofficial tier system, ranking each respective voids in terms of the estimated threat that they posed in comparison to each other. The tiers went as such: tornado, weakest; tsunami, hurricane, mid; earthquake, asteroid; highest, imminent death, get the fuck out. They were also divided into subdivisions: high, low, mid, etc. With that said, Luz was around a high tornado, while Wirehead was a mid-tsunami. A glaring difference between them, but not enough that would make it impossible for Luz to win. Want to make a bet? Sandu said, half-jokingly. Or I asked Sandu, half-jokingly. He chuckled. You know my fucking luck is cursed. But I guess if we don't make it out of here alive, then my debt's null anyway. Luz was more of a defensive combatant, so it wasn't surprising when Wirehead initiated the conflict. He twirled his bat around, still the remnants of a guard flesh clinging to it, in a nearly mocking fashion at Luz. He was a delinquent, after all. Luz hardly reacted, of course. That was just the way he was. In response, he stepped forward, electricity flickering through his hands and up to his forearms. Wirehead followed suit, unleashing a big swing at Luz's head, which he managed to intercept with one of his forearms. Nevertheless, the wire still pierced his flesh, and Wirehead followed it up with a headbutt. This time, it connected with the flesh side of Luz's face, slicing him up rather gruesomely. But despite his seemingly grievous injuries, he remained unwavering. That was the thing about Luz. He was incapable of feeling any pain. Like I said, his exact origins remained a mystery, but the one thing we knew about him for sure was the fact that he hailed from some kind of ancient clan residing in the Arctic Circle. In fact, he was the sole survivor of an incident that decimated his village. He was hungry for revenge against the unknown force that did it. After taking the headbutt, Luz was now in striking range. He formed his fingers into an arrow shape and drove them into Wirehead's solar plexus before electrocuting his insides. Wirehead quaked in pain as he swung his bat in a frenzied rage, just about demolishing Luz's ribcage. No reaction from him, though. Instead, he took his other hand and wrapped it around Wirehead's neck. Any normal person would have succumbed to Luz's electrical shocks after a few seconds, but of course, Wirehead was no normal person. Despite the blood pouring from his chest wound, and the skin on his neck beginning to bubble, he picked Luz up from the torso and slammed him over the steel railing. He fucking broke his back. Even without sound, the mental audio of his spine snapping reverberated through my mind. Unsurprisingly, Luz didn't bat an eye. Wirehead went for the kill, tossing Luz's body onto the ground before smashing it until it resembled nothing more than a mess of bloody pulp and broken limbs. But somehow, he was still alive. Among the gruesome pile, I could see an eye blink. Once Wirehead had exhausted himself from his relentless swinging, Luz took his chance. Using his one arm that hadn't been smashed to bits, he crawled over and grabbed Wirehead by the foot before scaling him up to his neck. Once there, he drilled his fist into Wirehead's forehead, utterly shredding his own hand in the process. In the end, it was worth the sacrifice. He was able to electrocute Wirehead's brain, finally causing the behemoth to drop. So I guess he won? Sandu said. I guess? I had my own reservations about calling Luz's performance a victory. By the end of it, all of his limbs and spine had been shattered, and not an inch of his body wasn't hosting a series of deep cuts. The good side of his face had also been chipped away to the skull, leaving only his eye and half his nose intact. And yet he didn't move with a hint of desperation or concern. Calmly crawling away from the scene using his one mangled hand, I could see the current flowing through it as well, a telltale sign that he was ready to pick another fight. Nice. Comeback victory, Sandu said. I don't see him making it far, though. Not as a tornado tier. Yeah, but we made all that shit up. Not like it means anything, I responded. Truth be told, I was nearly rooting for Luz there at the end. Something about his resilience resonated with me, as bizarre as it may seem. I scanned the rest of the monitors. While Wirehead and Luz were squaring off, the undead Nazi had burnt Dizek to a crisp. On another monitor, Morgie playing around with a void corpse that I recognized as Death Shadow. He chose his own name. 3 down, I muttered to myself. Fuck, we've got a big one coming up, Sandu announced. I followed his eyes to the monitor near the broke bottom of the room. Shout out to Dark Somnium for this track, by the way. And this is actually the same track that he used whenever he was reading this story, so I'm gonna be using it too. Hold on, where was it? I followed his eyes to the monitor near the bottom of the room. He was right. This one was going to be good. Standing at the opposite sides of the kitchen were Trench, 6'3", 190 centimeters, 330 pounds, 150 kilograms. And Senju, 5'10", 177 centimeters, 148 pounds, 67 kilograms. The Trench was a silent entity dressed entirely in an ancient-looking deep-sea diving gear, except for the head, which remained without a helmet. However, you couldn't get a glimpse of his face regardless. That was due to the fact that his features were completely distorted. So much so that if you tried focusing on the details, all you were going to get was a nasty migraine. On top of that, he was invisible in person. Let me explain. If he were standing right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to see him. The only thing, a way to glimpse of him was through secondary means, cameras, mirrors, etc., which made him all the more dangerous. As for how he killed people, it was either by brute force using his monstrous strength or his death aura, as us guards have dubbed it. Similar to Dizek's zone, once you were close enough vicinity, you'd feel an astronomical amount of pressure and get crushed on the spot, comparable to what you'd feel standing at the bottom of the ocean. But that's only if Trench wills it. Sometimes he'll turn the aura off and simply punch somebody's head off. For that reason, he was a mid-hurricane tier. As for Senju, he was basically a psychotic, demon-possessed martial artist with supernatural levels of speed, strength, and agility. He apparently trained in the Wraith style, or technique beyond human comprehension, whatever the hell those were supposed to mean. When he gets serious, his eyes roll into the back of his head, and black veins bulge from underneath his skin. At that point, he'll be moving so fast that his motions become impossible to keep up with visually. A single punch from him will be enough to completely vaporize a human head. But in all honesty, he's one of the least malicious voids out in the breach. Out of the bunch, if you're weak, like us guards, he won't even spare you a glance, granted you stay out of his way. The only thing that he really looking for are strong opponents to fight. But when he can't find them, he starts to get angsty. And then the problems emerge. We've pegged him as a low hurricane. Can Senju see Trench? Sandu asked. I guess so, I said. I responded. The question was worth asking, but I wouldn't have been surprised if Trench's aura/invisibility simply didn't work on him at all. That seemed to be the case, since Senju decided to strike first. He rushed forward at an unfathomable speed, directing what must have been hundreds of strikes in succession at Trench. However, none of them even fazed the obscure diver. I could see Senju's lips curling into a psychotic grin at the fact. He certainly found what he was looking for. The floor began to crack as his eyes turned white and his grotesque veins began bulging. If we couldn't see his punches before, it was beyond impossible now. He rushed forward, unleashing a maelstrom of lightning-like punches, elbows, and kicks against Trench. This went on for about 5 seconds before he was stopped in his tracks. Trench had grabbed him by the throat, still not looking any worse for wear in the process. I could see Senju's mouth something to the effect of, "What the fuck?" before he was tossed into the metal fridge. It certainly appeared as if Trench was too much of a tank for him to handle. Nevertheless, Senju got back and cracked his shoulder into place while blood leaked from his mouth. And then he seemed to let out a shriek. Crazy motherfucker, I thought to myself. What the hell did it take for somebody to become like this? At this point, he'd seemingly given up on technique entirely. Instead, he grabbed a handful of kitchen knives and began chucking them at Trench. While none of them pierced the suit, one did manage to stick into the distorted head, which evidently dealt some damage. Trench flinched before taking the knife out and throwing it back at Senju, who caught it effortlessly. At this point, he was howling in what I assumed was some kind of fucked up sadomasochist jubilation. He'd found the weak point. Senju rushed back at Trench, knife in hand, before slashing away at his face. Spurts of vicious, dark blue blood stained the kitchen floor, along with Senju's own face. Soon enough, the knife snapped, and Trench threw a desperation punch at Senju's temple. He managed to block it with his forearm, although I could see his bones cracking from the impact. He leapt back as his arms hung limp to his side, dodging a follow-up haymaker. Throughout everything, a grin remained plastered on his face. His veins were bulging out so hard that I found it hard to believe they weren't going to completely burst altogether. With one arm, Senju lifted a metal table and swung it to the side of Trench's head, nearly taking it off in the process. He wasted no time, grabbing a large frying pan and pouncing as he incapacitated his opponent, knocking them both over in the process. He then took a position atop Trench's body, furiously slamming the pan into his face. Martial arts. Huh? I could hear Sandu mutter. After what must have been 250 blows, the pan broke. On the ground, Trench's head had been obliterated into no less than 50 strikes prior. Senju tossed the scrap metal aside and looked up at the ceiling, presumably screaming his lungs sore in sheer combative delight. Well, looks like our tier system means fuck all, I chuckled. Or maybe you were just hearing them wrong. Despite the morbid scene unfolding in front of us, Sandu shared a laugh with me. We were at the point where the absolute absurdity and danger of the situation was beginning to fade from our senses. Hell, I suppose we were enjoying ourselves, as fucked up as that may sound. We kept watching as Senju got up and stumbled around, evidently disoriented from both his injuries and successive fits of fighting spirit-induced raged euphoria. He took about 4 steps before his head exploded, throwing the two of us watching for quite a loop. Another figure stepped into frame, whom we recognized as SatanBot. 6'11", 211 centimeters, 535 pounds, 243 kilograms. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine upon seeing him, somewhat snapping me back to reality despite his comical name. SatanBot had been one of the most frightening voids out there. I just couldn't understand what the fuck he was supposed to be. His body appeared to be robotic, but moved in a way that were too fluid for even the most sophisticated android. Like legitimate metallic flesh. It was honestly maddening to look at. On top of that, he literally resembled the fucking devil himself. Reddish black scaly skin, metallic shell, a mouth full of exposed razor-like teeth, rectangular slanted crimson eyes, a pair of mechanical wings, and a long tail ending in something that resembled a prolonged spear to boot. For whatever reason, he also had a rocket launcher atop his right shoulder and a Gatling gun connected to his left hand. No, these were not mechanical modifications. They were literally connected to his body. He was unanimously considered one of the most dangerous voids residing in the chasm, rated at a high earthquake. Even if Senju was at full strength, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Oh shit, Sandu commented. I was hoping he didn't escape. Well, let's not worry about him for now, I said, turning my attention to another monitor. What my eyes landed on next was an utter massacre. Sitting atop a pile of guard bodies that must have eclipsed 6 feet was Hugo Wright, aka the Brutal Bishop. 6'2", 189 centimeters, 200 pounds, 91 kilograms. Like his name indicated, he was dressed in a traditional Vicar priest outfit. The only difference was the fact that the cross he wore around his neck was flourished out of blades. The man himself had long, sweeping black hair and about 14 bags under both his dead blue eyes. It was unclear to us what his real motivations were. It's not like he really followed the rules of any religion on Earth, despite his outfit. He just went on long rants about the sin of natalism and the futility of existence, and how, to reach a state of sanctity, we must first reach a clean state. Basically, he wanted to kill every sentient being on Earth and then himself. He wasn't all talk, either. He was clearly strong. Re-rated him at a low hurricane. After praying to whatever fucked up deity he worshipped atop a pile of corpses, he slid down and began stalking the corridors for some more victims to fulfill his holy objective. Who we came across next couldn't have been more perfect. Kale Silva, aka Vampire Cop, 5'9", 175 centimeters, 165 pounds, 80 kilograms. Kale was rather interesting, being that he was one of the most cooperative voids. In fact, he was the only prisoner that willingly turned himself in. His backstory was interesting as well, and of the few we actually knew about. He used to be a prolific, merciless Brazilian cop who patrolled the most dangerous parts of the Rio. It was so much so that he earned a reputation amongst the criminal underground as the Reaper. But he was still only human. During one fateful mission, his entire unit was massacred during an ambush attack by a dozen distinct gangs who were all unified under the same goal of taking him down. He was the only survivor, but was captured in the process. After being brutally tortured in a warehouse for 5 hours, the lights suddenly went out. During this time of darkness, the only sounds entering his ears were those of carnage. Every single gang member was being obliterated by some unknown force. At the end of the bloodbath, he could hear footsteps slowly approaching, before a deep, raspy voice whispered something in his ear. "There's potential in you. Allow me to bestow you with an opportunity." He felt a sharp pain in his neck before the hidden entity spoke to him again. "Fulfill your duty." And then he passed out. When he woke up, he found himself in his bed, with all of his wounds from his torture session just about healed. All wounds except one. A bite mark on his neck. His appearance had also changed drastically. Pale skin, dark eyes, and fangs. He'd heard about the stories, but could hardly comprehend that he'd become one himself. Well, he couldn't handle being exposed to the sun anymore. He found himself with superhuman strength and regeneration, which he used to brutalize criminals at night as a vigilante. However, it didn't take long for him to go too far. One night, he went into a frenzy, breaking into the house of a suspected rapist and killing everyone inside. Everyone, including the rapist's innocent mother and daughter. His resolve in regards to justice had never wavered. remaining strong no matter what he went through. For that reason, he could hardly live with the guilt on his consciousness. On his conscience, and walked to the police station he used to work at, turning himself in to his former colleagues that all thought he was dead. Of course, the news spread quickly. That's when the CIA stepped in and transferred him over to the chasm. He put up no resistance. In fact, he deemed the chasm a place where he 100% belonged. Safe to say, he was a rather bizarre case. We still put him at a low hurricane. Same as Hugo. On the monitor, I could see Kale's lips moving. Wanting to hear what he had to say, I began looking around to see if I could get some audio. It didn't take too long for me to find the volume control panel, which was located right under the middle desk. Thankfully, whoever set this weird place up took the liberty of labeling each switch with its respective monitor. I turned the volume up right in the middle of Kale's spiel. Dangerous scum. Dangerous scum. I'm going to have to dispose of you like you all before it's too late. Hugo's face remained expressionless. Scum, an apt description of the ones residing in this place. But I understand that you're also a man wrought with unforgivable sin. I'll treat you no differently, he responded. Kale chuckled. Wouldn't expect you not to. He took a provocative fighting stance. Come on, Englishman. Let's settle this. Hugo put a hand on his blade cross before muttering another prayer to himself. He looked up at Kale, his eyes now a deep crimson. The atrocities I commit are only in the pursuit of ultimate holiness. I hope you can understand that. Kale grinned. Yeah, I get that. Crazy people are crazy. As he finished the sentence, he rushed forward in a quick blur, sinking his fangs into Hugo's neck. In turn, Hugo grabbed Kale's head and twisted, snapping his neck in what had to be the most gruesome manner feasible, before plunging his fist into his chest. For the first time, Hugo grimaced. What's wrong with your heart? He asked before retracting his hand, revealing severe burning marks. Kale twisted his head back into place before shooting at Hugo a bloody grin. I couldn't tell you, buddy. They traded blows for a few more minutes, pummeling each other into oblivion. While Kale was certainly more skilled and had more tools at his disposal, Hugo possessed more raw power. Eventually, it came to a standstill. Kale had suffered upwards of 20 fatal injuries, forcing his regenerations to the brink. Hugo was bleeding all over and had about 6 bone fractures, an eye gouged out and an ear ripped off. You're pretty fucking annoying, aren't you? Kale rasped out. Hugo bent over, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Likewise. In the meantime, their confrontation had drawn an audience. Coming in from an intersecting corridor was Infernal Gladiator. 6'7", 200 centimeters, 285 pounds, 129 kilograms. He was a high hurricane. Imagine an extremely buff zombie that was perpetually burning, clad in ancient gladiator gear. That was him. In one of his hands, he gripped a gigantic flaming sword. In his other, he held 2 leashes, both holding respective voids at the neck. Crawling at his feet like dogs, straight from hell. One was the Freak, 6'10", 208 centimeters, 253 pounds, 115 kilograms. A slouching humanoid monster with strange, flickering eyes and a grin that wrapped around his entire head. The other was the humanish centipede, 6'4", 193 centimeters, standing height, 172 pounds, 609 kilograms. A centipede-like creature that had a vague human face covered in 6 eyes with an iron muzzle obscuring the mouth area. It crawled on 10 colossal, veiny arms. Kind of like, I imagine, like the centaurs from Fallout, but like long. They were both mid-tornado tier, not incredibly powerful. They were merely simple, aggressive beasts that possessed nothing but primal bloodlust and strength that was comparable to 3 wild bears put together. For that reason, they were easily converted into disposable weapons by the much stronger and more intelligent gladiator. Fucking hell, Kale said upon seeing the trio. That's fucking disgusting. Bloody abominations, Hugo added. Nothing but creatures that stain this earth. They both looked at each other and nodded. An explicit sense of mutual understanding between them. I suppose that a few of the voids teaming up should have been inevitable. Oh boy, this is heating up, I said, turning towards Sandu. He didn't respond at first, instead, as if he were trying to focus on something that wasn't the screen. What the hell's the matter? I asked him. I think there might be someone else in here. Don't turn around. Just keep watching. Pretend like you didn't hear it. He replied, hardly above a whisper. It's not like I had to pretend. Hear what? I thought to myself. Nevertheless, I'd never Sandu more seriously. Never seen Sandu more serious. I guess that's what it's supposed to mean. I turned my attention back to the monitors while forcing my ears to be alert. About 10 seconds later, I heard it. It was soft, for sure. I wasn't surprised that I hadn't noticed it up until that point. Somewhere in the darkness, behind us, someone was definitely trying to contain a giggle. And just like the last one, there's like another 6 or 7 parts to it. It's a massive story. It's so fucking good. It's awesome. I love it so much. Dark Somnium has done all of them. It was amazing for a while there. When he first put out the like compilation video where it's all like 8 hours or whatever the fuck, he actually like tried to see if he could get like an animation funded for it, like a full animation funded for it, to get like independent indie animators to come work on it and other things like that, and like bring the story to life. And he tried his hardest, he tried his best, but in the end it really didn't work out. And he says, I think if I remember correctly, he does want to someday try and get it done, but man, that series is so good. It's a part of a larger interconnected universe. The actual kind of lead roles and other things like this is a guy named Clint Rockwell, or at least, you know, like a notorious figure in the universe, and his story is from a story called My Best Friend Has Been Trapped in an Alternate Universe. This is his story, and it's about this guy who has his friend disappear and then come back years later, and he looks like he's homeless, but he's buff as fuck with a huge beard and scars, and he leaves behind this journal, and this journal explains the 6 years that he had been gone, he was in an alternate reality where there was a bunch of really weird creatures, society, and all this other weird shit going on. And it is a massive, massive story. It is amazing, and Mr. Outlaw even has his own book out that is in print and can be bought online on Amazon or on other, you know, storefronts and other things like that. It is, he does such good work. In terms of politics, I would say, I don't know. If you're really held up on the politics of the guy, I would say just still listen to it and kind of ignore anything, because he's brought up communism a few times in his stories, and most of the times it's that kind of idea of like, they had good ideas in theory and helped some people, but in practice that was kind of brutal. But like, you know, whatever, blah blah blah, whatever weird shit going on, kind of trying to play it like Fence City, so that's okay. Plenty of his stories follow like military and like combat, and like there's one about a SWAT team that goes into a school, and it turns out it's infested with like monsters and shit, and like monsters from other places that and humanoids and people with powers that are coming in, and it's fucking crazy. The guy has incredible power scaling, the way that he's able like to come up with all these characters and the powers, and like demonstrating how strong they are and all this other stuff. It is genuinely amazing. It's a huge universe. And the way that he writes action, you can clearly tell that he loves writing the action. You can clearly tell that he loves choreographing these fights. He loves coming up with powers. And the fucking crime about it is that there's like no fan art of it out there whatsoever. The only fan out there that exists is stuff I drew myself and never uploaded. And I actually don't even know where they are right now. But I tried getting some fan art done, and for myself, just because I was like, I was hyper fixated on this story because it was one of the first stories. I listened to it originally in high school, because that was posted 8 years ago. So I was like a sophomore or junior whenever it first released, and I listened to the entire thing, and it was amazing. But yeah, thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed the stories. I didn't expect to be going for 6 hours after planning on ending it after 1 and then going 5 hours over, but that's okay. I hope you enjoyed the stories. I hope you enjoyed the conversations. I hope you enjoyed all the stuff that I had to show you today. If you have any cool ones, send them my way, and I'll do another one of these sometime in the future. And I would love to do this again. I think it'd be very, very cool. So yeah, thank you. Have a good rest of your night. Go eat. Go take a shower or a bath. Brush your teeth. I don't know. Have a cigarette. Drink a beer. Jack off. I don't know. Relax. And just kind of take it easy. Have a good rest of your night. And I will see you guys on Friday for the new live stream, another live stream. And also, I did upload something today. I don't know if anyone saw it, but I did upload something today. It was a YouTube short, and it was a clip from Disco Elysium. So I'm going to be working on some of the clips that I took during that stream, which, if you were wondering why I kept like alt-tabbing out, I was manually clipping shit the entire stream to go and get and turn into shorts later on. So, yeah. Thank you, and bye-bye.